You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Saturday evening, 11 p.m., July 2nd, 2022. I can see the gang is all here in the chat, Anna and Jonathan. So today we are playing our second session of the final case in Dave Neal's Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective Baker Street Irregulars box. This is Death of a Detective, an especially long and involved case. And I'm going to recap what we know so far, where we left off. We played about 5 hours last night, and it's hard. I don't have a great feeling of how far along we are in this case. We could be actually near the end of figuring out everything we're supposed to figure out. There's a bunch of changes to the rules for this game. Maybe we'll review them before we start. So I'll recap what we know so far. I'll recap where we left off, and then we'll decide what we want to do next. So let's recap the case. We arrive at Sherlock Holmes's office at 22B Baker Street, and Watson's freaking out because Holmes has gone missing. And we're told this story about how a man was working outside his house, a tall blonde man, and then Holmes disappeared on the 11th, I guess, the day before. It's September 12th, 1889. We go into his room and we find a whole bunch of interesting stuff. We find some test tubes, some beakers that have clearly been burned, some sticky substance, a mirror on a headboard, some jars of ointments that are beige and black, a whole bunch of books of different types and newspapers from August and September. We think we've pieced together that he's probably creating a disguise. The jars of ointments, beige and black, and the sticky stuff may be like a mustache. There's a long brown strand of hair. There's some theory in the channel that maybe it's part of a wig. We think he may be going in disguise. And now what has set off all this? Well, we think what set off all this is the Tiger's Eye case. The Tiger's Eye case, which was case 7, was this famous piece of jewelry, the Tiger's Eye ruby, and it led to the disappearance of a woman. Lord Farrow gave her this gift of the Tiger's Eye that had been in her family, and she freaked out and she ran away. When we finally reunited the two of them, we learned the backstory which made her run away, which is that I believe it was a year ago, something like that. Her husband and young son were brutally murdered. She thought that the murder had to do with with a note threatening her if she didn't hand over this piece of jewelry, the Tiger's Eye, something bad was going to happen to her. It turns out that the attempt to get the jewelry from her, the threat, was not related to the husband and son's death. The husband and son were killed because the husband was working undercover for Mycroft Holmes, trying to get involved in this gang, which we've learned is the Hooks gang, this very violent gang, which was trying to pressure politicians to get laws passed or voted down. Husband was involved in that, working undercover. The gang found out that he was working undercover against them, the Hooks gang, and they killed him. At the end of the Tiger's Eye case, after we bring together Lord Farrow and Pauline Heisler, the Baroness, we tell her, look, you don't have to feel so guilty about what happened to your husband and son, because you're wrong. They weren't killed because you didn't give away this jewelry. That's what happened at the end of that case. We've learned now that in the interim, she's been very curious about what really happened to cause her husband and son's death. And she's followed up with Holmes and Mycroft, who have given her some details, not a lot, but some details about why her husband was killed. And it looks like she has gone off trying to investigate this on her own. Looks like. We're told an interesting timeline. So anyway, the gang, we think that the reason Holmes has disappeared is that the gang has caught wind that someone's asking questions about them. And this very dangerous gang may have disappeared Holmes, or Holmes has gone looking for them. Seems like Holmes is concerned, I think, about Pauline Heisler, the Baroness, that she may be in danger if she's poking around. We're told an interesting timeline that she actually disappears around the 5th of September. But Lord Farrow isn't concerned at all, which early on we realized meant she is actually probably safe with him in an undisclosed place. We're going to get to that as we come back. But then later, Holmes came to the house looking for her and couldn't find her. And then later, Holmes disappears. So we don't think Holmes is actually involved in secreting her in safety. So Holmes may fear she's at risk, or Holmes may be doing his own investigating. Mycroft, unusually for him, is actually very concerned about his brother, Sherlock Holmes. He thinks this gang is super dangerous. We're warned by him and by Lestrade, do not try to take on this gang yourself. You could get into trouble. Which brings us to some of the unusual rules of this game, which are that you don't do the normal Sherlock Holmes consulting detective in this case. You basically are going to get one of the endings based on what you do. So we could get a negative ending if we go to the wrong place and do the wrong thing. And there are some hints that we better be careful about confronting or meeting up with this gang, because it's very dangerous and we could get ourselves killed or get Sherlock Holmes killed. So we're trying to be very careful about it. There's a side case that started out in a couple cases ago about the disappearance of Dudley Fulcroft, this little kid. And one of the clues we have about this current case is that we think it's probably related to Daisy's kidnapping, which was the previous case when we rescued Daisy, because the people who kidnapped her were asking her about previous cases, or were told her they were going to. So we think they might be, Daisy's case might be related, and we didn't know about the Fulcroft kid. Eventually, we decoded this secret message in the newspapers. And not only that, we got hints about, well, what happened was when we followed up with Lestrade about Dudley Fulcroft, we heard a little bit more about the cousin who had witnessed or been near when Fulcroft was kidnapped. And the huge shocker of that was that it turns out the cousin who we've been trying to find in the previous case, the cousin is no less than Susan North, the maid of Baroness Heisler. So all of a sudden our two cases connected. So when we went back and knocked on Susan North's door for the third time and said, hey, we know you are involved in this Dudley Fulcroft case, that you're Dudley Fulcroft's cousin, what can you tell us? She's like, I can't talk because people might be watching me, but she admits that Dudley Fulcroft was kidnapped. She's scared of the kidnapper. That's why she hasn't said anything to the police. But she overheard them talking, and they wanted to reach Pauline Heisler. They wanted to get information from her about Pauline Heisler. So that connects Dudley to the Heislers, Tiger Eye, and the Tiger Eye to the current case and the Hooks gang. She overhears them talking. We put two and two together. We realize where they're hiding Dudley Fulcroft when we decoded the secret message, thanks to Anna, who figured out that it was in the directory-related code. We went and rescued Dudley Fulcroft. We got a choice about, do you really want to go into that building? We knew it was probably safe. We went in, we rescued him, we brought him back. And I'm coming up to the very end of yesterday's session. So at the end of yesterday's session, we bring Dudley back to Susan North, the maid. She's completely overcome with relief. And she tells us, well, I do know a little bit about where Baroness Heisler might be. And I think we should read that because this is where we left off. So let's reread that section where, for the third time of talking to Susan North, she finally tells us, okay, she says, I told those men and Colonel Upwood that I didn't know anywhere she could have gone. That isn't entirely true. I don't know for sure, but I have an idea. She mentioned to me in the past that Lord Farrow was looking for a townhouse to purchase. 3 weeks ago, that would be around August 22nd. We have a newspaper for August 23rd, so we might want to look at that again. 3 weeks ago, she had found one, and he had come to London for a few days to oversee some redecoration. That's another clue that maybe one of the handymen in our case might be involved, might know where it is by redecorating. So she said, I think he may be there. That's another clue that confirms our theory that Lord Farrow is too unconcerned. Like, he was so panicked when she left. And the fact that he wrote a letter, he's like, don't worry about her, she's fine, makes us think she's with Farrow. Okay, so we say, she says, I think he may be there. And we say, where's the house? And she says, I don't have the address. Baroness Heisler mentioned that she had watched the sunset from the upstairs library, from which there was a grand and picturesque view. And then she says, once, also, I heard her talking with Lord Farrow, and he described it as being on a street very representative of England. These are her exact words? Yes, indeed. Sunset, grand and picturesque view, and very representative of England. Thank you, Miss North. We say goodbye to Dudley and head off to continue our investigations. So, one big question for us is, where is that townhouse? Do we have enough to guess? Remember, the game rules say you're going to be penalized for guessing about places, so you shouldn't be guessing wildly. So that we always play that way, but this seems like this puzzle and that rule go hand in hand. It doesn't want us to just randomly guess. Okay, Anna says, I too have a guess for the townhouse. So we were talking before the stream started. Should we spend 10 minutes and think, or should we just talk about it? It sounds like the three of us thought about it a little bit and have guesses, so we don't need to take a 10-minute break. We'll give our guesses in a second. I have a guess, not a strong one. So we do have, that's our next puzzle. We also know that Lestrade was waiting for us to discover Dudley, so we have to talk to him about having found Dudley. And then I want to mention one more thing before we start looking for the townhouse and that kind of stuff. I don't remember if it was here or in an email. Jonathan and I were talking about the end of the case. So I want to remind you of one other thing. We found the headquarters of the Hooks gang. We knew they were involved in a fixing, and we guessed it was boxing. We were clever enough to find in the newspaper where the boxing, we followed down that lead, and we found the headquarters of the boxing club that we believe we're fairly certain the Hooks gang operate out of. And we found the name of the leader there, Vane. Forget his first name, Vane. And we're told very explicitly that you can't just walk in there. You need to know the password or have an invitation. And we're told at some point that the password that the journalist used when he went in mid-June was rescued. And we actually found the word rescued in a June newspaper, and it was like the last word of the last headline in the paper. And we know today is another meeting day. They meet every 2 weeks. So we have today's paper. So we may have a good guess about what the password is for today. Now, we're worried about waltzing in. We're told by the game that you could have a bad ending if you do something wrong in this game. And if you lose, that's not unusual. You could replay it. And Lestrade warns us to go walking in. And I just want to talk about the different ways to think about ending this game. When we went to rescue Dudley, it said, here you are at Dudley's place. Do you really want to walk in on your own or do you not? We decided to walk in. So here's what I think. I don't think if we turn to that boxing place, which we haven't been to yet because we're scared of it, I don't think if we turn to it, we're going to auto lose. I don't think it's be like you go to the thing, you lose. The first thing that's going to happen, we might get a question about, do you want to go in, do you not? And then we might get a question about, do you know the password or do you not? I suspect that Dave Neal is pretty careful about these things. I suspect it's not going to be so easy for us to get a bad ending. I feel like the game's going to be like, are you sure you want to walk in there with this guy with the gun before it auto loses us? So I suspect that it will even let us try the password. And then if we don't know it, just say, leave here, come back. If we do have the password, I think it's going to let us in and then give us another choice to back out if the situation looks dangerous. And I did have a theory. So one of the theories Jonathan had early on is that Sherlock Holmes is in disguise, and then maybe that he's disguised as a boxer to infiltrate this place. If I had to guess, my guess is that when we walk into this boxing club and give the right password, we're going to be given another choice point. And my guess, my intuition, this is a shot in the dark, but my guess is that we're going to be sort of confronted with someone in disguise that if we're correct, we're going to trust. And that the game might have that moment where it sort of tricks you. And if you don't realize it's Sherlock Holmes, then you make the mistake and get a bad ending. So that's my guess. My guess is that we might be even able to get to the right ending right now without following further leads, although we do have a bunch more leads. Okay, I just wanted to set that stage for how I'm guessing, what I'm guessing the finale is going to be with Sherlock Holmes in disguise and when we are supposed to recognize him, etc. All right, now let's rewind to looking for the townhouse. I want to point out one quick thing, and then the chat can let me know if I've missed anything, and then maybe we can talk about our townhouse guesses. So, the one thing I want to point out, we guessed early on, we got this letter from Lord Farrow, and we're told it's postmarked from the Southwest Post Office, which is right here. Now, that seemed fishy to us early on, because we know from the directory that Farrow lives off here to the east, off here somewhere. So it's fishy that he's posting a letter from the post office. And it says, should we look at your questions in the shared doc? Yes, we'll get to that in a second before we guess townhouse, because I did summarize some questions in our shared Google Doc for this case. Let me just finish up this quick thing. So that gave us a clue that Lord Farrow might be in this neighborhood. We took one quick guess that maybe he was staying at this hotel. I do want to notice there is another hotel that we didn't check at, but we didn't find an entry for that and we stopped. The one thing I do want to say is that I did look in the directory for other post offices just to follow up on something, and I do want to point out that there isn't a listed post office in every neighborhood. There's only a post office in EC here. Okay. and a post office in WC, which is somewhere 6WC. It's going to be red here. Okay, so in other words, I don't see a post office in the Northwest, and there's no post office here. So I think what we have to keep in mind is that, let's go to this tablet actually. What we might want to keep in mind is that we probably, this is the other post office up here, right? And then here's our post office in the Southwest. What we might want to keep in mind is that we probably shouldn't assume that he's in the Southwest necessarily. We probably want to assume something like this, right? If we're logical. In other words, on the lower half of the map, you would go to the Southwest, maybe even like this. The lower half of the map, you would go to the Southwest post office. Anywhere else, you might head to this other post office. But essentially, we can't necessarily assume he's in Southwest, because this Southwest post office might be the closest post office, even if you're living up here in the Northwest or here, right? You get what I'm saying. So let's not assume that he's directly in Southwest, although that seems plausible. All right. And I do want to hold open the possibility that the newspaper has 2 entries for remodelers, handymen. In fact, that leads to Anna's question about, should we look at your shared doc? So I've printed it out. Let's take a look at it. So Anna has been keeping notes about our entire case. I just made a couple of summary notes about some unresolved questions. Here's the one we're talking about right now. Where is the Farrow and Heisler house? The clue we got is it's a townhouse. It was purchased 3 weeks ago, which is near our newspaper. We're told they watched the sunset from the upstairs library with a grand picturesque view on a street representative of London. And I've just made a note for myself that there's 2 entries about renovators. One is from our previous case that the game might even assume we've already visited. So we may want to visit that. And a note to myself, they've watched the sunset. The sun, I never remember which side the sun sets on. So the sun sets in the west. So you might expect the sun to be setting over here. So they would be watching it this way. Okay. So to quickly go over some of the other questions I've listed here before we start. We've got a tall blonde man in the intro of the case who is standing outside of homes. It was only when I reread Anna's notes that I realized we actually do think we know who that is. We think the tall blonde man is one of the 2 men that kidnapped Dudley. The other one being Perez, Ricardo Perez, who we caught at the end of our previous case. Are Baroness Heisler is Baroness Heisler with Farrow? We think so, probably. Where is Sherlock Holmes? Who is Sherlock Holmes disguised as, if we're correct that he's disguised? What is the password to the Boxer headquarters? We think that might be Act from the newspaper. We'll go over that when we come to it. How do we get the police to help us so we don't walk in there, if that's indeed what we should be doing? What's the significance of his mirror on the headboard? That was a weird part. One of the things we didn't quite understand. That almost looks like you're looking at a clue that's written in reverse. What's the significance of his books? Jonathan thinks maybe he was doing research to appear as a dock worker or a boxer. What's the significance of the long brown hair we found in Sherlock Holmes's document? What's the significance of, we saw mints and cigars where Dudley was kidnapped. Dudley mentions the 2 men that were holding him were having a fight. We think this is the tall blonde and Ricardo. I'll note also, she says, or someone says, they're wearing workman's clothes, which I didn't pay much attention to, but maybe that's important for us. And then a note to myself, don't forget to check the side stories from prior papers. There was the missing horse and cart. There was the cane that was found. There was a guy who drew a picture of a guy. Just curious things we might want to do before we end the case. Anna says, in Hungarian, it's very easy to remember about sunrise and sunset because the word for east is the same word for rise. And the word for west is the same word for set. Well, that's convenient. I wonder, is that how they came up with those words? That's pretty cool. There's an interesting phenomena in neuroscience that because we've got these symmetries that we don't normally care about in perception, there are things that you see constantly that you would think you might remember which way they're facing that you don't. Like try to remember which way the heads face on coins. And you'll find it's not so easy, even though it's something you may have seen constantly. It's just that our brain sort of says, well, it's rotation invariant. It shouldn't matter to us which way a face is facing, so why bother even encoding it? Something like that. All right. Now, so we're about ready to start talking about where the townhouse is. So let's give our thoughts, our initial guesses, but not go to them yet. We'll see if they're the same, different, what our rationale is, and then maybe we'll go to the newspaper first before we start actually looking, but let's sort of get on record what our theories are. I'm going to give mine while you guys are writing yours. So, they watched the sunset on the west. So I'm thinking it's a house facing this way with a good view. Now it's picturesque. I'm thinking that means they're facing a park. So what I'm thinking is, like, are they here facing this park? He's rich, so it makes sense. A park view is very appealing. So if I think that everything is over here because of the post office, we've got the houses adjacent to the park facing west. We've maybe got a couple over here. It's yellow buildings we should be looking for. So 84 is a very good candidate. So might be 89. Hyde Park is quite, what's the word when something is matching London? He says the street is very representative of London. Well, I mean, Hyde Park is a famous park. So is Regent's Park. You could even imagine they were up here, but this seems against the post office clue to me. This seems like you would go to this post office if you lived here. So I'm going to rule out Regent's Park. Although there are some, what's the word when something is like representative of a place? Anyway, now, so here are some places that seem representative of London for me, though. This one is most appealing because look where this is. Right next to Westminster Abbey, right next to the Charing Cross Station, which is famous, right next to the government's office, Parliament. So to me, this place jumps out. But of course, Buckingham Palace is pretty good too. It's a street that's representative of England, so Buckingham Palace Road seems pretty good. But this one seems like it's more in the center of London town. So like, if I had to guess, my guess would be George Street in this townhouse overlooking the park. But this one is blocked a little bit. Another guess could be these, but these don't look like streets representative of London to me. So my guess is 84 St. George Street or 84 Parliament Street, but here is my guess. Okay. Let's hear what Anna says Jonathan's guess was the same as mine. 84 Southwest St. George Street. Okay. Anna says, let's go here. So Jonathan and I were thinking alike. Anna says, great view right from a park. Okay, Anna was agreeing with park. Representative Street could be Queens Walk or Palace Street. But if representative is a word game, it could be Parliament Street. Wow, I didn't even think about that. I didn't even think about the representative clue being representatives. I think that really seals it. I think that seals it. Jonathan's original... So it sounds like the three of us came to the same guess based on mostly the same things, facing the park to the west. But Anna's insight that he said representative of London... I think that's brilliant. I think for sure that's what it is now. It's on Parliament Street. But Jonathan was doing what Jonathan normally does, which is Jonathan is willing to sort of guess differently. Well, it can't be 81 because we went to 81. I forget why we went to 81. What's in 81 that we went to? Let's see. Jonathan sometimes takes a bullet for the team and picks something different just so that we have some variety. Let's find out why we were at 81 though, because we clearly were already at 81. That's why we marked these. 81 Southwest is Werner's house. The guy from our previous case who left. All right, well, I think we know for sure now. For sure, that representative thing was talking about Parliament Street and being right near, we're all adjacent to Parliament. So it sounds like we're all three in agreement that that's where it's going to be. And also, as Anna points out, from 81, you don't have a great view. All right, so now the question to answer is, it's right near the post office too. It just makes complete sense that that's where it is. He's a lord. He might have reason to go there. All right, so here's the question I have for you. Shall we just look that up? I think it's going to be right. Or do you want to go to the newspapers where there's construction first to see if that gives a clue? I mean, I think we know the answer. We don't really need further confirmation. The only question is it more enjoyable to go to the place before we visit the construction place or after and get confirmation? I think maybe we'll take a 5-minute break before we actually start playing, just so we can, Anna can try to scrounge up some tea or coffee where she's staying. All right, so here's what we'll do. We'll take a 5-minute break. You guys think about whether you want to. We're eventually going to want, for completionist sake, to go to the construction place where the guy worked and maybe visit the handyman. So think about whether it'd be more fun to go to those before to confirm our theory or go after we confirm our theory. I think probably it makes more sense to go first just to prove that we're right and see what it adds. But we'll take a 5-minute, not 5-minute break. I'll see you then. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. I have to make sure the audio actually clicks in before it finishes fading in, or you won't. Can you hear when I say we're back? Did you hear the whole thing, or did it only click in after it finished fading? Hopefully, it starts the audio right away. All right, I've asked in the chat whether you want to look up our guests or look in the newspaper for the construction people, and the channel, both Anna and Jonathan said, let's just check out 84 first, then if we're wrong, we'll look around. And I'm going to override that, and I'll tell you why. I am 99.9% convinced that our guess is correct, and we're going to find her there. And I've come to think that you shouldn't leave all the red herring loose ends for the end, because then it gets sort of exhausting where you're just looking up stuff that's irrelevant. So I think the thing to do is to sort of interleave them in during your case rather than save them all for the end. So I am going to say that we should, before we go to 84, where I think we're going to find Heisler and Farrow, I think we're going to check out these two construction people that are in the paper. The first one is Handyman at 55 EC. Now, 55 EC is in the wrong part of town, so I'm guessing we're not going to find him there. But the one place that we really do think is going to be relevant for us was the construction workers in our previous case, which was related, which even in the intro suggests we probably want to visit, and that's Jarvis and Son Builders at 97 EC. So let's visit Jarvis right away at 97 EC. And our introduction suggested that would be a place we would visit as well. You can see that here. The Harp Lane case, maybe we should visit there. So let's go to 97 EC. Let's mark it here. Should we use a different color for our second section? Let's do that. Let's use green for our second session so that when we look at our map, we can tell the difference between where we went on session 1 and 2. So 97 EC. It was up here somewhere, wasn't it? Yes, there it is, 97 EC. Okay, let's see what Jarvis and Son. Remember, his son was actually involved in the crime, so this guy's not going to be too happy to see us. Do you have a circle J? I don't think we do we? No, we don't. So we've got, that's interesting. So 97 EC is Jarvis. Wants circled J. Okay. I've marked that we want it with that little dot. If so, skip straight to the section of this location where it begins only read on. If you do not have a circled J, read on. Okay, here we go. Unsure how Ed Jarvis will react to seeing us in his building yard, we hang about outside, watching the place for any signs of unusual activity. As far as we can tell, it all appears to be business as usual. After a while, a man in overalls walks out, lighting up a pipe as he does so, and Wiggins approaches him. "Hello, Governor," he says. "We work for a prominent client who's looking for a building company to carry out a big job. Do you work for Jarvis and Son Builders?" "I supply timber to them," the man replies, "and to many other building companies in London." "Ah," says Wiggins. "Well, perhaps you could give us an honest opinion then. Would Jarvis Builders be a good choice for a substantial piece of work?" "I'd say they're the best in this part of London. I've heard that Ed's has some personal trouble recently, but he's not let this affect his work." "Oh, what kind of personal trouble?" "His son got arrested. He didn't actually work here despite the company name, though Ed is still keen on getting him involved in the family. Remember, we arrested the son. Involved in family business whenever he gets out of prison. But heed my words. Although his son may have gone off the rails, Ed's a trustworthy fella and will do a good job for you. Thanks for your advice, sir, says Wiggins, doffing his cap, and the man walks on. Look, says Tinker, it's Garood. Standing at the gate to the building yard, we see Garood, staring right at us. He has a big bundle of rope slung over his shoulder and is carrying some rolled up sheets of paper. After a moment, he walks quickly away from the yard and off down Bishop's Gate. And now it wants us to circle the J. So that was the thing it just checked for. So basically, it was just saying we only read that part once. Okay, I guess if you want to follow Garood, read on. Alternatively, if you just want to watch Jarvis Builder's yard for a while, skip ahead to the section of this location which begins only read if you have a circled J. Well, that's weird. So we circled the J, and then we've got a choice. Follow Garood or watch. I need some reminder of who Garood was. I don't remember his role in this case. And this is not what I've gotten us into a situation here. I mean, we could reread the section of that case. I'm going to close this for now is what I'm going to do. We're going to read and come back. Garood was Jarvis Jr.'s friend. That's right. Now, I will remind you that the bad people in this case were wearing workers' clothes. It's possible that Hook's gang is involved here with these workers. If we follow Garood, he might go to this house under construction, though. All right, so we're going to follow him carefully. That's a bit scary. So Garood was Jarvis. So to remind everyone, Anna says Garood was Jarvis Jr.'s friend. He was not involved as far as we knew, right? He was just on-site friend, but he wasn't involved in the crime at Harp's Lane. We don't think. All right, so we're going to go back and follow, and hopefully we won't get into trouble. So we were at 97 EC. Okay, so if you want to follow Garood, read on. So here we are, we're reading on. If you don't want to follow Garood or watch the yard, go elsewhere. It's giving us a choice to back out. All right, we're going to follow him. Surely something bad can't happen to us just for following. Following Garood. It's a little nerve-wracking. Trying to keep at a distance so we aren't spotted, we follow Garood around the south side of Liverpool Station and then go left onto Bloomfield Street. Turn to 11 EC. South side of Liverpool Street Station and left onto Bloomfield and then go to 11 EC. So, south side Liverpool, left onto Bloomfield. A little nervous about this. And we still haven't, let's put on our list, we're choosing not to for now watch Jarvis and Son. So that's 97 EC. So let's remember we can come back and do that. All right, 11 EC. Before we do that, to 11 EC. Let's find where on the map this is that they're talking about. So where is Liverpool Station? It's in our directory if we can't find it. Okay, Liverpool Station is up here. There's Bishopgate Street and there's Bloomfield Street. So we went on the south side of Liverpool Station and turned left onto Bloomfield. So it's this way we just went down here. Or if you look at the map here, there's Liverpool Station in the upper right. We're on the south of Liverpool and we turn left on Bloomfield. And that it's directing us to 11 EC right there. Okay, so let's read what we see when we follow him on 11 EC. This is unexpected. I did not think we were going to get an actual engagement here. Wow, this is unexpected. Okay, so here we are at 11 EC. Do you have a circled O? If so, skip straight ahead. Otherwise, read on. This is the same mechanic where it's going to give us some event and then tell us to circle O, so then we can come back. Okay, we don't have the O because we're going to get it right here when we read it. So as we keep reading. Oh, if you do not have a circled O, only read on if you have been directed here from another location. Sorry, let me move this down, which we have. If you have not been directed here, stop guessing around and go away. Okay, we have been directed here, so we're going to read on. Garud knocks at number 11, a rundown old house with boarded up windows. The door is answered by a large man with brown hair and a big bushy beard. Is this Holmes? Garud goes inside and the door closes. Circle the letter O. Is this Holmes in disguise? Okay, maybe. 11 EC is Garud visits. Tells us to circle the O, which we're now going to read more of. So he sees large man, or are these connected to the Hooks gang in workers' clothes? Large man with brown hair, big bushy beard. Okay, we circled the O, and now we're going to... If you want to try to sneak into the house, read on below. If you want to watch the house, or skip to the selection below, beginning only read on if you have a circled O. If you don't want to sneak in or watch, head elsewhere. Okay, come back to watch or sneak in. Okay, we got to stop here because this is not for us yet. We're not quite ready for this. So we're gonna vamoose for now. This is not, we're not ready for this. But let me mark it. We gotta come back. So let's put on our list. We've got 2 places to go back to. Oh, Jarvis and Son, that was our first one. And then we have a watch or sneak at Garud's place, which is 11 EC. So we're not going to do either of those now. We're just going to put those off because this was not what we were looking for. We got to find our house. Okay. So, but there was one other person doing handiwork that we might want to check before we check our 84. Just to cross this off, this was... Well, this is interesting. Look at this for a second. To let a spacious, well-lighted... No, not that one. City investment to let a house and shop in vicinity of Liverpool Station. $100 per year, Agents Howell and Bonin at 49 Southwest. I think before we're done, we should check that out to see if that's related to where Garud just went. It's August 29th. I kind of think that's Sherlock Holmes in there, but we might want to see if this is the house that they're in. It's talking about a house near Liverpool Station, but their agent is at 49 Southwest. So, okay, so that's that. And then where was the handyman? Handyman at 55 EC. And I'll note that is the time when we think they bought the townhouse. Don't forget. We're told she bought the townhouse they found the townhouse 3 weeks ago and came in for construction, and look what's in the paper, handyman on that weekend. So let's go to 55 EC, handyman. He's in the wrong part of town though, but let's just see if there's an entry for this. Okay, there's no entry for 55 EC, no entry. The game says penalize yourself if you go to a place for no reason, but we're using our judgment and we're going to say that we had a reason for going there. So we're not going to penalize ourselves. All right, it's time to now finally go to the house we think where Farrow is, 84 Southwest. What are your guesses in the channel for how likely we are to be correct? I think this is the 99% likely. While you guys are getting on the record, I'm going to look it up here. Jonathan says, agree, 99%. All right, well, here it is. Well, I guess we should record it. All right. Oh, I see. I wrote these in the wrong place, so I'm gonna 97 EC and 11 EC I wrote in the beginning of my pad, so I'm just gonna make a note. 97 EC, 11 EC, C front of pad. Okay. So now we've gone to 84 Southwest. Okay, here we go. Lord Farrow is evidently surprised to see us. What do you fellows want? He asks, and how did you know I was in London? Oh, we know more than your lordship, Wiggins replies. And we'd like to speak to Baroness Heisler, please. Lord Farrow reddens and he stutters, she's not here. We think she is, your lordship, Daisy responds, and it really is important, you see, that we speak to her. Life and death even, truly it is. Lord Farrow sighs. Very well, you are correct, she is staying here. She came to me last Thursday and said she was in danger and feared for her life, so she needed somewhere safe to hide. I asked her what it was related to, and she said some men were after her, but gave me no more details. I agreed she could stay as long as she went to the police about the matter. And did she? Asks Wiggins. Yes, he pauses. Well, she said something to the effect that the matter would soon be resolved, so I assumed that meant she had. Could we speak to her? Asked Daisy. She better be here, otherwise she's in trouble. I am afraid not. I was telling the truth when I said she is not here. She went out about an hour ago. An hour ago, wow. Where to? Asks Wiggins. I am not sure. She has been going out to various places every day. She said she was doing research. Yeah, she's investigating this Hooks gang to find out about her husband. This is not safe. Your lordship, we think she could be in danger. Could we see her room? Lord Pharaoh looks uncertain, but then nods and leads us into the house and up the stairs. The Baroness's room has a large four-poster bed, a bookshelf, and a desk. On the desk is a book about sports in London, which we open and see a London Library ink stamp on the first page. Okay, it's telling us we should go to the library. I think this is all about finding the boxing place, which we've already found, but what's that? Asked Daisy, pointing to something that was lying underneath the book. It's a sealed envelope marked to Robert, if I do not return. Lord Pharaoh stares at the envelope. What can it mean? He asks, anxiety coloring his voice. I think we need to open it, replies Wiggins. Lord Pharaoh nods. Inside is a letter which we lean in to read. My dear Robert, I do not know what will happen now. I have taken this path, but I felt I had no choice. I've discovered who killed Jacob and Leo, and I intend to see justice done, whether by the law's hand or my own. I know where to find them, and I'm going there tonight. My hand trembles as I write. As you are reading this, I assume that for whatever reason I have not returned. You must know that I love you dearly, and love is something I thought I would never feel again after losing Jacob. I only hope you can forgive me for what I have done and throwing into turmoil the fragile happiness we have found together. I am and always will be your loving fiancée, Pauline. Okay. So the book from the library is just going to point us to the boxing place, which we've already solved. But here she is. She's taking it into her own hands. She's going to the boxing club. And when she gets there and doesn't know the password, she's going to be in trouble. So now we know where Pauline has gone, and we've got someone else to rescue. And Anna's not happy with this. And it says, how stupid is she? Well, she's determined. I don't know if stupid is the right word, but she's determined. Okay, it continues. Good Lord, gasps Pharaoh. He stumbles across the room to a chair and sits. She has gone to confront a killer? He looks at Wiggins. You must stop her. This is insane. Wiggins nods. We will try, your lordship. Have you seen Mr. Holmes at all recently? Pharaoh shakes his head. We turn to searching the room for any clues as to where Baroness Heisler was going. On the desk is a copy of today's Times. We know why that is, for the code word, with a pencil mark by the letter and number sequence in the personals column. Okay, that's we've already found. Tinker notices something in the fireplace. Look, Wiggs! She's burned stuff, she has, papers and whatnot. Indeed, it appears that a lot of paper has been burned in the grate, but we find some scraps that remain intact. Okay. Uh-huh. Very interesting. Let's look at this in more detail. Might need to mark this. Well, what does it say? Quigley, Tuesday. Looks like 3 p.m. Something Street, ending in an A and LD. And then we've got a map. It says seller. And this is Jack Vane. I can't read that. You probably can read it better than I can. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to use my new print option. Let's see if that works. Can you hear the printer going? Okay. Jack Vane at the Old Bailey on 8th of June and 15th of July, 1884. And then what does that say? Does that say July? Not been working these very blank. Alias Clara North. I used alias Clara North. Helpful, and I think she knows the room. Jack Vane tried at the Old Bailey on 8th of June and maybe convicted or whatever. So this sounds like this might be his prison, his judicial record of his arrests. I don't know why we've got this. Quigley, Tuesday, 3 p.m. I'm not sure what to make of all of that. On our search of the room complete, we head back outside. After assuring Lord Farrow once more that we will do all we can to find Pauline Heisler, circle letter Z. Okay, so we're going to circle the Z, which we got at 84 Southwest. And we need to make some notes here that at 84 Southwest we found burned documents, which I'm not sure we can sum up better than just to mark this page to come back to it. So we've got Quigley, Tuesday, 3 p.m. That's one of the things that this says. Then we've got a house plan with cellar in it. With one door in. And then in related to that, it looks like we've got Jack Vane, which we think is the leader of the Hooks. Jack Vane at Old Bailey. That's going to be the court of law. What are the dates here? Looks like 8th June and 15th July 1884. So maybe when we go to the House of Records, we'll find some information about that. And then it looks like her diary entry. Not been working. I use the alias Clara North. Hopefully something. I think she knows the room. I don't know what that means. I think she knows the room. This sounds like, though, something she wrote in the past. Not relevant to our case? I don't know. Any thoughts? Is this Jack Vane the son of the judge who went away that had the letter in his room? And it says, first of all, it's not a judge didn't go away. That's Werner. He's the blackening business owner. Jack Vane is our Hooks guy. He's the leader of the Hooks. And let me not forget what I've been doing. Let me not forget to be marking these. So 84 Southwest, and we also went to 97 EC. And 11 EC. Let me mark those. So 11 EC. And then 97 EC. Okay, well that was very interesting, but now I'm a little less confident that we don't have more to figure out, because we know we've got to rescue Pauline, but we've got some loose ends now, including this house that Garud went to, these documents that we need to revisit. Burned notes of Pauline. And we know she's going there tonight, so she's going to be there when we get there. Quigley sounds familiar. Who is Quigley? I don't know. It doesn't really sound familiar to me. Shall we look up Quigley? I wonder if it's not time to start going to the Old Bailey at the National Archives or the librarian where she got her book. I'm fairly sure some of it is going to be clues we already know the answer to. See if we've got a Quigley. Okay, we have a Quigley in our directory, Martin Quigley. So we do have directory for Martin Quigley. 60 Southeast. So we could visit him and say, hey, we found you written in some notes. Jonathan says, let's go to Lestrade and tell him that we've rescued Dudley. Okay, I agree with that. Let's do that. We're going to go back to Lestrade, having saved Dudley. Because it told us, come back here when you have his letter. Okay, 13 Southwest. Let's see if he's got something interesting to tell us. Do you have a circled R? We don't have a circled R. If so, turn to 2. Otherwise, you have a circled F. Now we do. So we turn to 120 Northwest. Okay. So we still need to come back when we get a circled R, right? Let's make a note of that. Let's not forget that. Right? We want to make sure we come back here when we have an R. But we do have an F this time. So 120 Northwest. Now, why is he directing us to 120 Northwest? What's at 120 Northwest? Oh, there is no building 120 Northwest. It's just a place off the map. Let's see why we're meeting him there. So, you chaps found Dudley Fulcroft, says Lestrade in disbelief. Well, blow me down. I'd like you to tell me exactly how you found him. Sure thing, Inspector, grins Wiggins, and gives Lestrade a brief and selective account of our investigation so far. Circle the letter N. Okay, we already had the N circled. If Dudley is still with you, then Lestrade asks you to take him back to his cousin, Susan North, and says he will notify the parents. If you have a circled H, read on. Otherwise, leave. So we've already brought him back to Susan, so he's got more stuff to say. Inspector, asked Wiggins, have you heard of a gang called the Hooks? Yes. Why? Do you have something on them? They're not connected to Dudley's kidnapping. Well, we don't know, really. We just heard the name and wanted to follow up. I see. The only thing we have is vague rumors. We've never been able to track them down. An informant once told us the gang leaders meet every 2 weeks at a time and location that is not revealed until the day of the meeting. We heard this already. He also said they run betting on sports matches, and supposedly they sometimes rig the betting in their favor. We found him the next day, the informant beaten to death in an alley. If you do find the Hooks, I don't recommend going in without help. Come and find me. Will do, Inspector. So, we already read this. Circle the letter N. We circled that. We already had that N. And that's it, huh? So, but he wants us to come back with R. Maybe that's where we can call him in. When we get information R, we can call him in to do the arrests. But otherwise, we did not get much help here. All right. Well, we've got a bunch more places we can do. Interweave some sports red herrings with the informants now. Yes, I think that's right. I think it might be time for us, now that we've figured out the code, I think it would be natural for us to go to the library to follow up on Baroness Heisler's book that on sports that we think is not significant to us. We think we've already solved it. So let's go to 5 Southwest and visit the librarian. How about? At the library, we ask Lomax if he has seen Holmes. Yes, he replies. He was here on Tuesday morning. Before he disappeared. He asked for a number of dictionaries and flicked through them for about 20 minutes, then suddenly stopped. I think I heard him mutter, Sherlock, you fool, or something to that effect, and then he ran out. I think this is a clever little clue about how Anna concluded it was in the directory, that the letters went from A to Z, and Holmes may have been thinking the same thing. The letters in the code go to A to Z. Maybe it's in dictionary, and then as he's looking through it, he realizes what Anna realized. Do you have a circled Z? If not, leave. Okay, well, we do have a Z. This is where when you find Farrow and Heisler, we say, has Baroness Heisler been here? Asks Wiggins. I'm afraid I don't know her. She's in her 40s, quite thin, long black hair and freckles. This is the black hair, what Anna was saying. That's not her brown hair in Holmes's office. He says, there was someone matching that description who I imagine could have been a baroness and who was in here a couple weeks ago. She asked for books on sport in London. I can't remember all she looked at, but there was definitely something on football, boxing, and cricket. Do you know what she was looking for? She seemed to want a list of clubs and societies. Thanks, Lomax. Okay, so exactly what we expected. It's just more clues to point us to the sports clubs, which we already resolved. Okay? So that was our librarian at 5 Southwest. Library, nothing important. Okay, so Jonathan was saying, well, if we're crossing off loose ends, maybe we want to visit the other sports clubs, which we know are not involved in any of this, but just for fun, we can go to the cricket club. We can go to Cricket Field. Cricket Field Oh, that's in Queens Park. We can't go there. We could go to the Football Association, 55 Northwest. Let's just very quickly go there, and then maybe we'll get back on track for a bit. No, there's no 55 Northwest. Okay. Any other clubs we feel compelled to go to? 55 Northwest, no entry. No entry about football. Tennis is 74 EC. Are they still mentioning tennis? 74 EC. Okay, here's tennis. You know, if you're doing a real criminal case, Anna says, could we take a break? I have to step out. Yeah, sure, let's take a break. In fact, we're going to take a, well, I'm going to talk a little bit about this unrelated thing, and then we'll take an 8-minute break. If you watch real court, Anna, you can leave now and go off. I'm just going to talk about a side issue related to us doing these loose ends. If you ever watch some real court cases, especially the celebrity ones when the lawyers are well paid, one of the most common strategies for a defense attorney to do is to try to shift blame to someone else that the cops did not investigate. So you could imagine a person gets shot outside a bank while the bank's getting robbed, and they arrest the cops go investigate. They're almost certain that the bank robbers shot him on the way out. And they get up the cop on the stand and they say, did you investigate the hot dog vendor who is outside the bank? And the cop will go, no, why would I do that? I know for, it's obvious he's not involved. And then the defense attorney will be like, but the hot dog vendor has a criminal history, and he was actually arrested 20 years ago for assault. Did you not think it was your job to follow down this lead? And so if you're a cop and on a case, sometimes you really have to tie up all those loose ends, even if you're sure they're almost certainly unrelated, because if you don't, the one lead you don't follow up, the defense lawyer is going to pick that person as their alternate suspect to cast blame on. And if you haven't investigated them, by the time you get to the trial, it's too late. So you got to follow up these loose ends so that we don't get into court and get accused of ignoring loose ends. In a case, of course, occasionally, maybe it's important, but more often than not, it's just to cover your ass for when you get up on the stand. All right, we're going to take an 8-minute break, a little early, but then we'll come back and we'll get back into our case. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We took a little bit of an early break, but hopefully Anna is back. Regardless, the game must continue. We're at the tennis club. We're doing a bit of red herring stuff anyway, so I don't think this is going to be important for our case. I've marked it on the map. Let's read what happens when we go into the tennis club. At number 74, we find the offices of the Lawn Tennis Association, which a sign proclaims was founded in 1888. Going inside, we are welcomed by a young blonde lady with glasses who introduces herself as Miss Prine. Are ye wee chaps looking to play some tennis? She asks in a Scottish accent. Oh, thank you, Miss Prine. We just wondered if you could tell us about the association. Well, it was founded last year. Our president is Mr. William Renshaw, of who I'm sure you've heard. He has now won the Wimbledon Championship 7 times, including the one this summer. Thank you, Miss Prine. And have you ever heard of any links between tennis and unsavory or even criminal activities? Certainly not, lad. I will ask ye to get gone now, ye and your old little ideas. Your odd little ideas. Coming in here throwing insults at our wonderful sport. Sorry, ma'am. No offense meant, says Wiggins, doffing his cap, and we head back outside. Okay, so nothing interesting. Jonathan says at least one of these might get circled from failing the password puzzle and being sent back to get a hint. Interesting. Yes. If we fail the password, we could get sent back with a circled number. That's a circled letter to get more clues. That would be a good idea. All right, where should we go next? I think we should try to follow up some of the burned... Well, I mean, I feel like... Let's talk about this for a second. I feel like the burned notes in Baroness Heisler's thing, we know where she went, so I feel like the notes might be pointing to that. But then these don't seem like they are. Or at least this seller doesn't, and Quigley. But I think we should follow up at the informant of records to see if we got a record on Jack Vane. And maybe let's look up this Quigley person and see if she went to talk to Quigley. I don't think I actually wrote down in my notes this LD Street, did I? I wrote down a summary of the documents. No, I forgot to write this down. So let me just write down this note about LD Street. Is that, is it Old Street? That's what it is. It's going to be Old Street, where the boxing club is. 5 Old Street. That's what Jonathan says, the same thing. Yes, that's going to be Old Street. Okay, so we think that's good. Jonathan, I was thinking the same thing. Where the boxing headquarters is. Okay. Let's visit our informant about arrest records. Maybe we can get some more information on Vane. So, Disraeli O'Brien, 17WC. Normally I don't mark the informants on the map, but since we're going to enjoy how many places we've been to, I'm going to mark it. Okay. So, why did I mark 15? 17 is where he works. Somerset House. Okay, 17WC. Let's see what we got here. All right, lots of checks here. Do you have a circled A, F, T, or a Z? We have an A, F, a T, and a Z, but not an A. If you have both a circled G and Y, consider yourself to have a circled V for this location. Well, we do have a G, but not a Y. That's okay, we have a Z. For this location only, that's weird. Read the sections below corresponding to the letters you have. If you not have any of the required letters, go elsewhere. All right, so we may have to come back here. That's kind of cool. Looks like we're going to get lots of different information on different things here. Let's make sure we might make a note if there are things that we have to come back for. Okay, here we go. Be careful not to read the section for any letter you do not have. Circled A. Okay, we don't have an A. So we need to come back with A. Okay, I'm going to put that on our notes here. Return 17WC with A, and then I put a little note here, a little dot, saying it wants it. Okay, so we got to skip ahead. Circled F. Okay, we do have a circled F. So let's read that. 8 Lance Street is registered as owned by Mrs. Bottle Rotter, who offered it for sale in 1879. This is where Dudley was held. But there is no record of a buyer, nothing on any recent sales involving anyone called Pharaoh. Circled T. We do have a circled T, so we got to read this, and now we're going to get to read this. Baroness Heisler visited the National Archives on Monday, the 2nd of September, asking about the ownership of buildings on Old Street. The document she referred to contains the following information. Look at this. 3 Old Street bought by Mr. Cayless in January. 5 Old Street bought by a Mr. Tarcher, December in 1880, sold in May 1886, current owner unknown. This is going to be our boxing place. Current owner unknown. Okay, so sold to Jack Vane, and he's hiding his ownership. 72 Old Street sold by Kevin Zucker. 73 Old Street, Mary Tull. These are just red herrings. So I'm going to write down a bunch of red herrings about Old Street. I suppose we might want to note that for Old Street, owned by Mr. Tarcher prior to May 1886. I don't think there's any reason to think that that's relevant to our case. All right, continuing on. Oh, she referred to this document, and she came back the day after and asked for any records available on someone called Jack Vane. She found a couple of dates that he had gone to trial at the Old Bailey, but there were no recorded convictions. He bought his way out, I guess. She was asking for details of the trials themselves and the crimes, but I told her the only information we have here is that contained in the file, which says he stood trial for assault in 82 and for murder in 1884. Okay, well that was that one burned document. Assault, 1882. Murder, he's a violent fella, in 1884. That's the burned document. Why did she want that information? She said something about needing all the information on him that she could get, and anything might turn out to be useful. Interesting. Okay, doesn't seem relevant to us. This is all information we already sort of knew or didn't need. Do we have a circled Z, or G and V? We do, so we get to read this too. Jack Vane, born 18 December 1852, son of Charles Vane and Merrill Vane. Born December 1852. So what? He's 37 years old, 36 years old. Tried at the Old Bailey on 8th of January, not June, and July, okay? Charles Vane, so the father, Charles Vane, Born 1830, died May 1875 in a house fire. Merrill Vane, born 10 March 1830, interned in Bethlehem Asylum on 22nd May. Mother, Merrill Vane, Bethlehem Asylum. I wonder if we could go there and find out about her. Released on 2nd February 1886 into the care of her son. That's interesting. February 2nd, 1886. Care of the son. That's a little spooky. Circle the letter V. Information on Vane. We got this at 17WC. Okay. Circle V. Okay, and that's it. Well, we're learning a little bit more about Jack Vane, his father and mother. Now, Bethlehem Lunatic Asylum is right here. I think we should go there and see if they have any records of her son picking her up, etc. I'm going to put a little mark on it. 28 Southeast. It's not clear why we should care about tracking more information about him down. We already know where his headquarters is. I'm not sure we actually need more information, but we're going to look at it nonetheless. 28 Southeast, you have a circled V, which we do. That's where we got the lead about this. We speak to a tall, thin man with very pale skin who introduces himself as Dr. Taubman Goldfire and says he was involved in treating Merrill Vane. She was committed here after the fire, he says. Her husband died in it, and she and their son almost died too. Remember, he's got a burn scar on his cheek. As I recall, they thought it started from a lamp being knocked over. We have a newspaper story about that in one of our recent papers. I remember. Might want to check that out. She was released in 1886, but I am of the opinion that she should have stayed here. I argued as much at the time, but most people here, yes, even trained medical doctors, do not have the expansive understanding of the human brain which I possess. So in the end, they decided that Merrill was not a danger to herself or to others, and they released her into her son's care. But her mind was still frightfully muddled, and she spoke very little sense. Most of the time, she just sat playing card games with an imaginary opponent and would get quite agitated if disturbed. Is that important for us? Or just flavor? She may be kept, well, the son's taking care of her. We don't know how that's relevant for us. Sounds like it kind of is, but I don't know how. I remember seeing a story in the paper about the lamp fire, but I don't know why that would be important for us, except if this guy's recreating that fire for some reason. Family saved from fire. Family of 4 jumped for their lives. Fire broke up on the top story of an Islington house. Mr. Baker and 3 children made a leap, lit by a candle in order to sew buttons. Okay, not relevant for us. Okay, that's fine. All right, continuing with our following up leads found in the Heisler residence, we've got Quigley we can look up. So Quigley was at 60 Southeast, so let's go there. If this is the Quigley we're talking about, we don't know. Southeast. Southeast. Let's see if there's any Quigley to talk to. And why does she have a note about meeting Quigley at 3 p.m.? Well, there is an entry. Kind of long one. Let's see what it says. Martin Quigley is a short, thin man in his late 20s. Let me mark this down. Okay, Martin Quigley is a short, thin man in his late 20s with spectacles and a mess of curly brown hair. We tell him we work for Sherlock Holmes and ask him about the Baroness Heisler. He shifts uncomfortably, and for a moment he does not speak. Then he coughs and says, I worked for the Heislers as a coachman for many years, up until the Baron's tragic death. I still am, very fond of the family, but unfortunately it was more than I could bear. Wiggins nods. I see, he says, although we're more concerned about whether you've seen the Baroness recently. And I'm thinking maybe you have. Again, Martin Quigley appears distinctly uncomfortable. It's important you tell us, Mr. Quigley. Baroness Heisler could be in danger. Yes, I know that, Martin replies. That's what she came to me about. About what? About being in danger. On Saturday, she appeared at my house asking for my help. She said she couldn't explain the details, but she was in danger and she wanted a gun. She thought I might be able to acquire one for her. And did you? Martin nods slowly. Yes, I met her on Tuesday and gave it to her. So you have no idea. My God, she's got a gun. She's going to try to kill this guy herself. I met her on Tuesday and gave it to her. So you have no idea where she was going or who she was afraid of? No, sorry. I mean, who am I to ask? I'm only a servant. She's a baroness. I did try at one point, hinting that I wanted to know what she was scared of, but she wouldn't tell me. What is going on? Has she disappeared? We see genuine concern in his eyes. Yes, she has, but we don't know much more than you do, Mr. Quigley. Thanks for your help anyway. Okay, so that explains why she met Quigley. She's got a gun. She's going to try to confront this Hooks gang herself. So what if we look back at this, we know this is Old Street. We know this is Quigley. We know this is the Jack Vane historical records. I think this might just be the plan of the house at Old Street that he bought, and that's why this is here. So I don't know if it's of any relevance that there's a cellar here. And this just looks like it's the thing from her past that's of absolutely no relevance to us, right? This is just her talking about in the time when she was taking on Clara North's alias. I think she knows the room, though. I think she knows the room. I don't know what that's about. I don't know what that's about, but where's my notes on that fire? I better make sure I wrote down that one part about knows the room. She knows the room. Okay, I think so. That's the only part we don't quite know what to make sense of from this clue, other than this house diagram, which has got cellar. This is Heisler. Oops, don't read the other stuff. All right. Where to next? We visited the library, we visited the National Archives. We visited the carriage stables, and we visited Lestrade. We haven't been to Watson to ask him about his stuff. We haven't been to Henry Ellis. We haven't been to the medical examiner or the criminologist, or Porky Shinwell, or Langdale Pike. These feel like most of these would be just filling in some clues, but it kind of feels like it's about that time. Jonathan's theory is maybe she's found Vane's mother and been chatting her up about her son and the boxing area. Could we look up a card club to see if Vane's mother, who likes cards, is there? That's not a terrible idea. Let's see what we got for card clubs. I know we have seen a card club. It's not in sport, it's in clubs. We've got the Bagatelle card club, the Baldwin card club. So we've got 2 card clubs. None of them are up here in WC where the boxing gym is. But we could stop by one of them, at least. Which one would you like to go to? 14 Northwest or 88 Southwest? Well, 88 Southwest is near where they're staying. So I suggest we stop in that one to see if they've seen her. Where is 88? 85, 86, 88. All right, let's stop in here, which is near her, where she's hiding out, 88. And we'll just see if there's an entry for that card club in case the mother is staying there. It's an interesting idea. 88 Southwest. If there isn't, then I think there's no point checking the other one. All right, so there's no entry for that card club. So I don't think the mother is going to be in the other one. 14 Northwest, if we wanted to check. I'm not penalizing us for these because we've got reasons for them. What was the other one? 14 Northwest. No. Okay, so it's no card clubs. It was an interesting idea. Don't forget, we've also got the Jarvis and Son, Garud's Place. We've got the letter A, which we haven't found. Is there one by Vane's old house or Bethel Asylum? I checked the only 2 card clubs, both of them. Yeah, I checked the only 2 card clubs, so that's it. Okay, so how about we go to another informant? How about Henry Ellis, the reporter for the Times at 30 EC? Let's go visit him. Let's see if he's heard anything in the Times. We've got codes in the Times that they're using, and maybe he's heard some other stuff about. So there's the Times. "30 EC Times." Henry Ellis has no idea where Holmes is and has not seen him recently. Do you have a circled T? We do. If you don't, leave. If you do, read on. We ask Ellis about the club on Old Street. You mean Jack Vane's boxing club? He says, no, we never sent anyone there. It's not rumored to be the friendliest of places, though I did once meet a chap who said he worked there. Gary, I think his name was, and he seemed friendly enough, but he had some odd ideas about law and order. Besides, we don't cover sport. It's not a big thing for us. That's where we went to the Sporting Times to get more information. But what does he say, Gary? Okay, so he says there was a Gary who worked at 5 Old Street. And that doesn't really help us. Can't really track down any Gary. Seemed friendly enough. Odd ideas about law and order. Wait a second. There's a newspaper article about the guy who wants to start his own vigilante thing. That doesn't happen to be Gary, is it? Odd law and order ideas. I want to find that newspaper story. You remember the one I'm talking about? Let me just mark this down that we visited it. Remember there was the guy, we actually visited him, and he said, you want to join me? I'm doing vigilante stuff. I forget what case that was. One's from Sylvie. Butterflies. Embalming, builders, this is the house. I want to make sure we go to this place, 49 Southwest. Because I think this might be related to the house that Gerard went. The lace. There's the drawing of the broad-shouldered man with the mustache. That's not related to our, that's just random. Where's our guy who says, where's our newspaper article about the guy who says he wants to do vigilante stuff? Was it in a letter to the paper? You guys know what I'm talking about, right? Cool, there's a scrap about not working there very long, and she knows the room. The floorplan of the cellar. Baroness was going after the woman who could let the killers in, I think. Let me see, let me catch up here. Let's see what we're saying. Anna says, there's a scrap about not working there very long, and she knows the room and floor plan of cellar. Baroness was going after a woman who could let the killers in, I think. Is one by the veins old? Interesting idea. She knows the room. Where was the she knows the room part? This was in the... If I go back to 30 EC, let me see what you're saying. Jack Vane's, we never, I did meet a chap who said he worked there. He seemed friendly enough. Funny ideas about law and order. Okay. But you're talking about the Bethlehem Asylum, which was 28 Southeast. I'm going to reread that because I'm not sure I'm entirely following what you're saying. So we ask about the mother. Let's see what he says. Her mind was muddled. She stopped playing card games with an imaginary opponent, would get quite agitated. Are you talking about the burn notes? Okay, the burn notes is what you're talking about. All right, let's look at those again. In the fireplace. Okay, right. So that was the weird thing about she knows the room. Let's see. Something. What is that top word that's been burned? Is that July? July, not been working these very something. I used alias Clara North. Helpful something. And I think she knows the room. But the thing is, this is when she was, this is when she was dating Pharaoh. This is before she knew anything about these criminals. Isn't it? This is like a note from back in her day when she was pretending to be Clara North. So this has nothing to do with our stuff, right? At this point, she's not hunting anyone. Jonathan says, I read what Anna was saying is Pauline is trying to hunt down the servant who might have let the gang in to attack her family. I think, Anna says, I think this doesn't say July. It says the name of the servant, maybe Emily. I think she knows the room. Was this date matching the date of the murder of the son and husband? I don't know. That sounds far-fetched, but okay. This is an interesting thing. I'm not 100% sure. I'm going to print this out. All right, so just to make sure I document what your theory is, you think that note, last note, says Emily, not July, and you're wondering if this is the servant that let in bad guys. Don't you read this, though, as her talking about the time when she was using the alias of Clara North? That doesn't say Emily. Oh, yes, it does. Emily. Not been working these very something. I think she knows the room. Well, maybe it is Emily. You might be right, but I don't know why she was writing about knows the room. I don't remember the details of the old crime. I suppose we could look those up if we needed to. Are we sure that a servant let them in? Sounds a little bit familiar. Jonathan says she could still be using the alias of Clara North to investigate the gang. That's a good point. That's a good point. Do we know? Well, here's the Tiger's Eye case. I think we're only ever going to be asked to look at the end thing. So we're told anything? We're really not told anything here about how they killed her husband. In the case we were. Well, let's keep an open mind about this. Anna says, I think she wrote this just a few days ago and was just using the same alias to investigate. Okay, that's reasonable. maybe we'll find out more about this as we talk to more of our informants. It's an interesting idea. Now, what was I looking for in the paper? The guy who had a funny idea about crime. Does anyone remember what newspaper day that was? It's some guy who said, if anyone agrees with me, come visit me. We visited him and he didn't have much to say. I just want to see if that happens to be Gary. Here is this. Find a fellow of like mind at 11 Southeast. I'm just going to see if this happens by some chance to be the same guy that he's talking about. No. No, it's not. Okay, never mind about that. That's worth tracking down. Emily was that Vane's mother's name. That would be an interesting idea. But Jonathan points out, or Anna says, no, that was Merrill, was the mother's name. All right, back on our case. We went to Henry Ellis. Let's talk to the social columnist. Maybe he knows something about Pauline's family's murder, which will shed new light on it. 2 Southwest. Langdale is dozing on a chaise lounge when we arrive at the Society's club. He does not seem overly impressed with being woken. How can I be of assistance? He asks sleepily. Have you seen Mr. Holmes at all? Asks Wiggins. Langdale shakes his head. Not recently, no. Why? We're just not sure where he's gone, that's all. I can't help you, I'm afraid. And do you know what's become of Sir Merlin Luke after we foiled his scheme against Sir Edgar? Well, Sir Edgar was understandably livid and moved to have Sir Merlin ejected from Parliament. This is from one of our previous cases that we're convinced is not involved. Sir Merlin claimed the whole affair had been a misunderstanding and has managed to remain an MP, though his reputation is not what it was. Werner's shipwrights were also struck off the list of companies being considered for the Naval Defense Act contract, so I'm sure both Luke and Werner lost out on a great deal of money there. Do you have a circled N, L, or F? If not, leave. Well, we do. We have N, we have F, and L. We have all of them. Langdale, what do you know about Baroness Heisler? Asks Wiggins. Not a great deal. I'm afraid I knew her late husband, Baron Jacob Heisler, in the spring of 1887. This is what we were hoping for coming here, that maybe she would fill in here and maybe we'll get information about Emily, the maid. In the spring of 1887, there were rumors, which I did not believe, of him being tied up in some kind of political scandal. I think Mycroft Holmes at the Diogenes Club could tell you more about it. Then, shortly after that, he was murdered at home along with his son and household staff. Baroness Heisler and her maid were out at the time. That's Susan North, the maid. So they were the only members of the household to survive? asks Simpson. This could be Anna's theory. They were the only household servants to survive. Yes, replies Langdale. Then he pauses. Actually, not quite. The driver of Baroness Heisler's coach, Martin Quigley, also survived. I remember the Baron always talked of him as a loyal and much-loved servant, but I don't know what became of him after the murders. Thanks, Langdale. Okay, so nothing about anyone named Emily. Just returned us to... No, there was not much information there that we didn't already have. 2 southwest. Let's just mark it on our map. Right there. Okay, Jonathan reminds us that we can go to the realtor I wanted to go to. Yes, I do want to go to the realtor. So that was 49 Southwest. In the paper, we found someone selling a house. We know that someone is selling a house near Liverpool Station, which is where we tracked Gerard. So I was curious to see if perchance that's what it was. That's 49 Southwest. 49 Southwest is the realtor near Liverpool. Let's just see if they have anything to say. 49 Southwest. Okay, well, there is an entry for it. It's very short, though. Just says, Mr. Bonham tells us he cannot give out any details of clients or recent transactions. Okay, so there is an entry for it, but not saying much. John says, Emily was not the person who owned 3 Old Street. Well, I mean, we could, I don't think, but we could check. Let's see, what was the... What was the place we went to with all the records? 17 WC. Mary, owner unknown, Morris, Tarcher, Kalis. These just seem all irrelevant to make us wonder what street it's at. We could look up this person. He sold it to our guy, Tarcher. I wonder if you can look him up, the previous owner of this place. Johann Tarcher. That's pretty fun. We can look him up. 23 WC. 23 WC Tarcher. Previous owner of 5 EC. That's kind of interesting, right? Let's try to see if we can talk to him. Okay, well, there is an entry, so it's good we looked back at that because it looks like we could investigate. I don't know if this is going to tell us anything that we don't already know, though. But we've gone to that. We've looked up the person who owned the boxing headquarters, the Hooks gang headquarters, before this current owner. Mr. Tarcher is a tall man in his 50s with an eye patch and 3 missing fingers on his right hand. "Hello, Mr. Tarcher," says Wiggins. "We're wondering if you could tell us anything about number 5 Old Street." "More of you?" he exclaims. "I had someone else asking about that place last week. All I got from my troubles was to be robbed. Robbed by the woman I helped. And her being all upper class and well-spoken too. I'm not falling for that chick again." He's talking about Pauline robbed him. Let's see how she robbed him. He goes to close the door, but Wiggins speaks quickly. "Yes, we know all about her, Mr. Tarcher. She's a confidence trickster who disguises herself as an upper-class woman to rob people. We work for Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the detective, and we're trying to track her down." "Oh," says Mr. Tarcher, opening the door again. "In that case, I will be glad to help. What do you need to know?" "Can you describe her?" "Dark hair, middle-aged. She said she was called Mrs. North, though I can imagine that was not her real name." Ah, this is going to be the thing about knows the room. He's going to tell us when we flip the page about some room. So you guys were right that she was using her alias again as she was investigating. And I think that burned note about knows the room, I think he's talking about this. I'm not sure. Let's see. That's a nice long entry. Okay, here we go. "And what did she do?" "She asked me if I could tell her about number 5 Old Street. She said it was for sale and she was considering purchasing it. I said it was a good building, but I operated a restaurant from it for 4 years. She asked me about the layout and design. I told her it has a very well constructed cellar rooms." Wow, this was a key lead for us to do, and it was sort of teamwork. You guys said, Jonathan said Emily wasn't the name of the person who owned 3 Old Street, so we went back, we looked at it again, and then it clicked that we've got the previous owner, probably irrelevant to us, but maybe he knows a little bit about it, and now we can see he does. I told her it has very well constructed cellar rooms, although of course the new owners may have changed things. Anyhow, I remembered I still had some of the documents in a folder, so I went to fetch them. She had a look at them, asked for some water. When I came back, she had gone, taking the folder with her. What was in the folder, Mr. Tarcher? Nothing that's valuable. To be honest, it's no great loss to me. There were some plans of the building, a surveyor's report, and a few old keys. So Pauline has figured out a way to get keys and a map of this building. She's going to sneak in. Thank you, Mr. Tarcher, says Wiggins with a grin. You've brought us one step closer to catching a nefarious villain. I'm glad I could help. I went there, you know. Where, Mr. Tarcher? Number 5 Old Street, after she'd been. I went and asked them who was in charge of the sale and if they knew where I could find Miss North. I thought perhaps naively that she may have taken the folder by accident. And what did they tell you? Well, it's some kind of club now. They wouldn't let me in, but when it became clear she'd been asking questions about the place, a man came out and spoke to me. A Spanish man with black hair. That's a clue for us because we know one of the guys was Spanish. He asked me to describe her and then asked what she said. I told him she had questions about the place because it was for sale. He said it wasn't for sale and asked what I had told her. I didn't like him. And at that moment I noticed another man watching from the doorway I liked even less. A tall, gaunt man with a scarred face who had a look of devilish intelligence about him. So I said I told her nothing and I came back home. Thank you, Mr. Tarcher. There's our Jack Vane. Okay, so this was pretty big. This was pretty big clue. So Pauline took map, keys, and this guy inadvertently went and told the Hooks gang that this woman is going to be asking around, and that's maybe what started the whole them knowing to look for Pauline. Okay, we've got the Spanish man. I think you're right. I think that's Ricardo Perez. And then they see Jack Vane there with the scar. And now we know Pauline has a gun, a map of the place, and keys to get in. Okay, and that's it for that. We still don't know if she's actually made her way there yet, but that was pretty big. Now, was there any information we could use there? Anna says it looks like that started the whole thing. Yep, I think that is what started the whole thing. That's where they caught word that the woman was sniffing around about them. So did he have any information we could use, or just told us lots of information that was useful about her getting the layout, the surveyor's report, the old keys, and how he started the thing by telling them? Okay, but unfortunately, he didn't give us any new raw data. Jonathan says we could look at the paper again about the article that had the rescue code word in it. I wanted to check if there are any matching authors of the article or subject matter in other papers. And it says they don't know she has the keys and layout. That's true. If we look at the burned note again, what happened to my little marker? I lost it. Do we now understand completely this last part? Let's see what it says. I don't know what this says. Not been working there very long. Use the alias Clara North. And I think she knows the room. I still think we're looking for this other person. This is the piece of document she stole from this guy. I think she might be talking to someone else. Not worked there long. She's talking about a restaurant woman. I think she's talking about a woman who worked at the restaurant that the previous owner had. Emily had not been working there long. She knows the room. I think Emily is a waitress at that restaurant. But how would we find that restaurant? Like the previous owner says, 23WC was telling us it used to be a restaurant, right? I operate a restaurant for 4 years. So 5 Old Street was restaurant for 4 years. I think Emily is a worker at that restaurant who didn't work there long. But now how are we going to find that restaurant? We know from the records that it got sold. Where's our records? Somerset House, 17WC. Why is it so hard to find neighborhoods sometimes? They should have a little list of what areas come where, when. I don't know why sometimes it's just hard to find them. Okay. So it was bought in 1880, sold in 1886 by him. So the restaurant, 1880 to 1886 is the time period of our restaurant. 1880 to 1886. I wonder if there might be some newspaper story about it. And it says Jack Vane purchased it 3 years ago. That's right. So the restaurant is long gone. John says, could Emily just be a cleaning person at the current boxing club? We have to go there to meet her. It's certainly possible. I think Jonathan is probably right. I think it's not going to be a woman at the restaurant. It's going to be a woman who's currently working there, named Emily. I think Jonathan is probably right. But we could look and see if the restaurant is still in the paper 3 years later. I don't see how, but let's see. We're looking for a 5EC, right? Yeah, I don't see any 5ECs or anything near it. So unless it's in the paper, I think that's a dead end. I think it's likely to be true. I think we're likely to run into Emily when we go to that boxing club. But we've got other stuff to do first. Let's go to Porky. Let's finish up some of our informants. 52 EC. Then we'll take a break soon. (52EC). Porky tells us the priest who was holding Daisy in his church has disappeared. They got a new fella in there now. Apparently the coppers found stolen goods hidden all over the place. Cupboards, pews, even inside the altar. The priest had scarpered though, and I reckon he'll be out of England by now. Any idea who the priest was working for, Porky? He worked for anyone who paid him anyhow. And have you seen Sherlock lately? Nah, mates, not for a few days. Why, you lost him? Kinda. Anything else interesting you can tell us about Porky? Sorry, mates. Been a bit quiet lately. Do you have a circled H? We do have a circled H. Have you heard of a gang called the Hooks? Porky's eyes widen, and he glances around the room. Yeah, but you don't want to be messing with those fellas. What do you know about him, Porky? He pauses a moment thinking. You know, mateys, that's reminded me. I did see Mr. Holmes on Tuesday. He was only in here for a moment and then gone again, but he asked about the Hooks too. I told him all I know, which ain't much, I'm afraid. Porky glances around the room again before continuing. I've heard the leaders of the gang meet once a fortnight at a secret location only revealed on the day of the meeting itself. It's often at their headquarters, but sometimes not. And before you ask, no, I don't know where their headquarters are. I also heard they recently got in cahoots with a powerful underworld gent your Mr. Holmes seems to know a lot about. Oh, and one more thing. I think the big cheese, the man in charge, may go by the name of Jack. We already know that, Jack Vane. Okay, thanks, Porky. Watch yourself now, mateys, he calls after us as we make our way out. Circle the letter Y. Okay, so that's new that we circle Y. It sounds like Moriarty is involved suddenly. So 52 EC, Porky. He had us circle the Y. Most of the stuff here we already knew, but it seems like we're following in Holmes's trail. And then is Moriarty now involved in this Hooks gang? He just tells us more about the meeting. This time he adds a little bit that the game didn't tell us before about them often meeting in their headquarters, which we have figured out already. We can read the code. Powerful underworld gent. Mr. Holmes seems to know a lot about. That's going to be Moriarty. Okay. All right. Anna says, finally, it's Moriarty injected into the case. All right, let's take another 8-minute break, and we'll come back and decide where to go next. I guess I should mark this location on our map, 52 EC. At Porky's, which is all the way up in the corner there, right there. All right, so we'll take an 8-minute break. We'll come back, give some thought to where you want to go next. We've got a couple of people that we didn't follow through out. Garrod went into a house, and the Vance construction, we could stake them out. Or we've got a couple more allies, informants. At some point, we're going to have to go to that boxing club, but I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. Catching up in the chat. We're talking about where to go. I was thinking we could go to the boxing place and see if we can meet a cleaning woman or Emily and then just leave. Jonathan says, well, it makes sense, but maybe save it for the end. And it says, what were Holmes's chemical experiments about in his room? They have to be related to this case. I think so. I think they were all about disguises. That was Jonathan's insight about the pots of beige and black. I think they might have all been related to constructing a disguise. And it says, I think he's maybe going there at 9 p.m. to rescue her, but doesn't trust the police. Maybe we shouldn't either. Yeah, I wonder if... I think he is worried about her and is trying to save her. I think he was that bushy bearded guy that Gerard was dropping stuff off to, but I'm not sure. I do think I sort of glazed over the clues about how these Hooks Gang's guys were dressed as workers, but now I really do wonder if they're not involved in the Vance construction site, although the owner of that guy, Jarvis, Jarvis seems like a good guy, so I don't think he's involved in this. All right. Where would you like to go next? We still have... Jonathan says, don't forget the newspaper things you wanted to follow up on. Yes. Okay, let's do that. I was really hoping to find that horse and carriage. So let's look at our newspapers and see if there's not any stories that we wanted to follow up on as sort of side stories. I think I've marked most of them, so let's see if I've marked any. Okay, that was Dudley. The only one in this paper is Dudley, which we've taken care of already. Here we've got someone died. That doesn't look important. Harrison Street, Richards. That's the code. We already solved that. Builder killed in fall. That's not related. There's Dudley again. He was kidnapped by a guy dressed in the clothes of a laborer. More clues maybe that these people in the Hooks gang are not dressed in boxer clothes, but they're working at that construction site. We could go back to Jarvis and Son and stake it out and follow Garud. Here's the warehouse that we went to on the previous case. It's a 20 EC. Is it next to anything we care about? Not really. So probably not relevant. We went to this place. They just said we can't tell you anything about who bought that house near Liverpool. I think it was recently rented. I think it's rented by Sherlock Holmes, who's disguised as the bushy-haired guy, but I'm not sure. Let's go to this little side story that we weren't sure is related to anything. To the broad-shouldered man with excellent mustache and black umbrella waited at the corner for an hour. I took the liberty of painting you. So let's just go to 85 Northwest and see if that we can meet that guy. I don't think it's important, but... Okay, it's not, there's no entry for it. We're not going to penalize ourselves because we have a reason for going there. Amateur boxing, that was key. We went there. Handyman, we went there. There was no entry there. Elocution for children, we thought that might have been related to our other case. There's no reason for us to suspect that's important for us. These were all relevant stuff for previous cases, not important now. Here was the brass-topped cane from one of our earliest cases. The Times office. We already went to the Times. That's one of our informants, so there's nothing more to do there. cook required. That doesn't seem relevant to anything in our cases. Okay, where's the horse? Here we go. Found in Vauxhall, horse and cart, bound with wheat. Any person wishing to make a claim, ask for Constable Chedley at Millbank Prison. Okay, let's go there. Let's see if that case that I was sure there would be something about can be found. So we're going to go to 23 Southwest to see if there's any entry. Nope. No entry at Millbank Prison. This was just a red herring. Although I suppose if you wanted to be really sure, you could look up Constable Chedley in the directory and visit him at his home. But he doesn't have an entry, so we can't visit him at his home. Okay, so that's that. We're not going to get to solve the mystery of that horse. Unless something else comes out. When we visited Werner's house, we saw a bird cage. I wonder if he didn't have to bring his bird into a shop when he was leaving town. And we could also visit his manufacturing company. Remember, Werner was disappeared. So these two are both related to Werner. Let's try these. Let's try 9 Northwest and see if maybe he dropped off his bird before he left town. We might want to revisit that clue that we got. Okay, 9 Northwest doesn't exist. We're not going to punish ourselves for that. Let's go to his office, 32 Southeast. Okay, well, we finally have got an entry for 32 Southeast. This is Werner's factory. We went to Werner's house and he left. We found a letter saying something about Agnes, etc. So now we've gone to his. Remember, this is the disgraced guy who tried to fix the laws. And we caught him out in our previous cases. We found a letter saying he's left. We believe it, so we don't think it's probably, we don't think he's involved. But now we're going to his Werner's company. Above the door of number 32 is a sign that reads Werner's Blackening Company, but the building is locked and dark inside. We see no sign of anyone. If you want to try to pick the lock, read on below. If you don't want to pick the lock, head elsewhere to follow other leads. I mean, we're here. We might as well. Let me just read up here. Holmes could have told Lestrade, but if Moriarty's involved, it's not going to be easy. Bust in with police and over. I think we might have to save ourselves and maybe with the help of Holmes. Yes, I would agree. Jonathan says, let's make sure to follow Kent lead from case 5 mentioned in the intro if we haven't. And also any clue mentioned in the intro related to case 9. That's a good point. The rules say you can feel free to read the intros of previous cases. We've been looking at the summaries, not the intros. Jonathan's saying, let's make sure that we check out intros to cases, but maybe 5 and 9 in particular, and look for the entry for Kent. I think that could be fun. All right, is everyone okay with picking this lock into Werner's Blackening Company? What's the worst that can happen? We get pinched by the coppers. Yes, I got that. Jonathan says, I was actually saying, I just don't think we followed up all the leads in the intros. Oh, this case gave us. Okay, good. Okay, good. Fair enough. That's a good point. Let's do that. All right. Intros to the cases, including this case. This case intro specifically. Okay, good. Yes, let's do that. All right, so we're picking the lock. Let's see what happens. Wiggins slips a thin wire into the lock while the rest of us keep watch. The lock is a simple one, and in a matter of seconds we find ourselves in the dark, dusty interior of the factory. The reception area does not seem to have been used in a long time, with scattered papers on the floor and many drawers open and empty. There are 3 doors from the reception area. One door leads into a small toilet. Another door leads into the main factory area where we find lines of benches in a state of disrepair and large grime-covered vats that appear to be empty. Remember, he was using child labor and he was trying to get that law passed that would let him continue or block the law that would stop him. But the law passed. The final door leads into an office. In the corner of an empty cage and on the floor underneath the cage, we see 2 red feathers. This is his bird again. He really liked birds. Most of the items from the room appear to have been removed, and there are many empty drawers and cabinets. "Hello," says Tinker. "What do we have here?" He picks up something that has fallen down behind one of the chest of drawers. It's a frame with broken glass, and the photograph inside has fallen out. The photograph is of a young girl, perhaps 10 years old. What's this? Circle the letter A. Oh, well, there's our A. All right, well, someone wanted A. It was the, I think it was the National Archives. So we got an A. This is interesting. I did not expect to be finding any information at this place. What's the location? 32 Southeast. 32 Southeast, which was Werner's. Circle A. Circle the letter A. Oh, and look what it is. It's a photograph. It says Agnes, 1876. Let's get a close-up. What's her name? Agnes what? Is that relevant? Agnes, July 1876. I don't think that's a date that's of any importance to us. She's 10 years old. She's got lots of flowers. Did someone die? Her mother or something? Agnes what? What is her last name? Agnes, who wrote the letter to Werner. That's right. Oh, it just says Agnes London. July 1876. All right, let's see. Oh, that's it. Yes, the letter we found in Werner's home where he left town was from Agnes. I forget what it said. Anna points out she's 23 years old now. We might want to reread that original letter we found before we go back to the National Archives to look up Agnes. So, we visited Werner's house. What location was that? We did that pretty early. It was from our previous case of June 13th, Plusker. Werner's left town. Is this it? 29 WC. He's at Parliament. Werner left town. No, that was Werner. Werner's house, 81 Southwest. So let's go look at that again. So here's 81 Southwest when we go to Werner's house. No one answers the door. There's a chess game in progress, a bird cage with no bird. Here's the envelope to Werner. And it says, "When something is not something I can deal with alone, please come up to Edinburgh by the next train, Agnes." So this is just confirming what we thought, that this is some real family emergency. I don't know why we're following, why the game wants us to follow up on this. But let us go back to the place that wanted us to have the A circled. It was the records. So 17 WC. Let's read what the records there are about Agnes. I don't see how it's relevant to anything, but sounds like we're all on the same page that it's irrelevant. Okay, so if you have a circled A, you can read the one thing that we didn't read before at the Hall of Records. Agnes Winifred Werner, born 6th of July, 1866 to Christian and Sinead Werner, married Edward William Stand on the 19th of May, 1888. Can we look up Stand? Is that a person we care about? This just seems like, what is this doing? Is this just confirming to us? I don't think this is even in London. So I don't know. There's no Stand and we're not needed. This is just red herring, right? But do you think it's in the paper, like something happened? Where does she want him to come up to? What did we just read? 81 Southwest. Is that what it is? Is there going to be some paper about some disaster? That was why she wants his help. I'll bet that's it. Oh, we don't say, doesn't say where it's from. Doesn't say where she got married. I just wonder if it's not some story in the paper that happened to her. We don't have a date of that, do we? All right, well, it's definitely not related to anything. It's definitely not related to our case. It would just be kind of interesting if we could track down what happened to her that made her call Werner. Feels like we might be able to, but I don't see it. Not important. Maybe let's make a note of it in case the question asks us something about it. Edward William Stand. That strikes a bell, that name, Stand, though. Edward William Stand. Agnes married. In news? I'm going to make a little note card here in case we get asked. Edward Stand and Agnes Werner. Trouble, question mark, news, question mark. I wonder if there's some news story about Edward Stand. Hey, look at this. Dyes. Aldersgate Street. Did Holmes go here to buy the dyes for his disguise? John says, sure, let's check the dye shop. I think we should. I just want to quickly look for... Here's the Parsons Toy Shop. We might want to go there. He knows about codes. I bet there's going to be a tip there about codes, maybe. I was just looking for a stand. I feel like we've heard something about that name, stand. Guess what? I see an Emily, too. Is this relevant to us? Society for the Protection of Birds. Interested parties apply in writing. Emily Williamson, The Croft, Stenner Lane, Didsbury. That's not even in London. I guess not. I'll just underline it in case. I'm just looking for stand in case. I'm going to put in my... I'm going to put here 3 toy shop for codes 18 Northwest in case we want to go there. Guess what I just found? Deaths. September 12th today. On the 6th of this month in Edinburgh, Edward William Stand, formerly of Pimlico, London, aged 22 years. That's what she was writing to Werner about. Her husband's on his deathbed. And he actually went, her uncle went to visit her because her husband died on the 6th. Okay, well, that's what I was hoping. The name seemed a little bit familiar. It's nice to wrap that up. So at least we can tie that one up with a little bow and close it off our list. It makes complete sense. All right. I wish I could find that horse and carriage. Let's see about if he bought the dye shop. All right, so if he bought dyes, we don't have a specific address. We just have 80 Fan Street and at his gate. I didn't even write it down properly. It was in the news. See if you guys can find that on the newspaper. It's Crawshaw's Dyes, Aldersgate. Was Aldersgate up here? No, that was Bishopsgate. But it's an 80. Let's see, where's our 80s? Here's 80, Leonard, Scrutton, Hollywell. It's not up here. Okay, what about down here? 80, Lant, Borough High Street, Long Lane. It's not here. What about in the southwest? Millbank, Smith Square, Horseferry Street, Lambeth. No. Okay, how about here? 80, Woodburn, Tavistock. Don't know what this street is, or this street. I guess it could be here. Oxford Street, Regent Street. Huh. Well, then the only place it could be is here. Just because these streets aren't mentioned. Doesn't look like it though. Can we look up Cranshaw's Dyes? Where would it be? I guess we can look it up in the white pages. I'm guessing this is telling us it's nothing, but let's just... Crenshaw, Verlin. It's not Crenshaw, it's Crawshaw. Not in the directory. Well, Fan Street, huh? I don't see any of those locations. Does that mean this is just a total red herring? Aldersgate Street, London. Crawshaw's Dies. It's from September 8th, too. It really seems like it's kind of telling us someplace it wants us to go. Aldersgate Street. That seems like a street that we've heard of before. But you can't look that up in the directory. Aldersgate Street Station, though, is 43 EC. So there's Aldersgate Street Station. Okay, here's Aldersgate Street. And where's the 80 here? 80's all the way over here. That does not look like it's related to any of this. So I don't know how to make sense of this. That's very weird. I think it must mean it's not a real place we can visit. But I am going to check 80WC just because there's no street addresses here. I don't think that's anything, but we'll just take a walk down there. Yeah, no, it's nothing. All right, it doesn't look like we can go to that dye shop. I thought that might be kind of fun. The toy shop, which works on codes, which was mentioned, let's see, is at 18 Northwest. Let's drop by there. Okay, 18 Northwest has no clue. So, no toy shop, no dye shop, and we found Agnes Warner's, so we're done with this one. Okay, let's do Jonathan's thing. Let's check the intro to this case and see if there's any place we haven't been. 97 EC, that's Jarvis's construction yard. We went to there, but we can stake out the place more. 31 Northwest is Colonel Upwood. We went there early. 29 WC is Merlin Luke's house. I believe we did go there. Let me just check. Yes, 29 WC. Merlin Luke. He was the politician who got disgraced but still is an MP. And then 81 Southwest, that was Werner's house. We went there. Parliament, we went there. So I think we've been to all these places. I think we've been to all these places. We could look up if anyone has a last name of Emily. No. All right, so Jonathan, I believe we have gone to all of these places. The Society for Birds, since we've got a couple birds here, actually does have an entry in London. 41 SE. So maybe let's just quickly glance in there, since a couple places mention birds. Holmes had a book on birds, and Werner had a bird. Doesn't seem like it's of any relevance to us. Okay, so there is an entry for it. Let's read it. It's probably just a red herring, but let's read it. So this is the Society of Birds mentioned in the paper. The London office, Miss Felicity for the Society of the Protection of Birds. Miss Felicity Sadler is a small, bespectacled woman in her early 30s who speaks very softly. She's excited to have visitors and eagerly informs us that the Society is soon to produce its first publications, including one on the osprey and one entitled Destruction of Ornamental Plumaged Birds. After explaining we are working on a case for the detective Sherlock Holmes, we describe Holmes and ask if she has seen him. But she shakes her head. No, young man, I've had no calls from anyone matching that description. Do you have any idea why he would have been reading a book on British birds? Perhaps he was taking an interest in bird watching. It's a novel pastime growing in popularity. We don't think so, Mrs. Sadler. Can you think of any way birds might be connected to criminal gangs or organizations? Goodness me, I've never before been asked such a question. There is a rich history of the use of birds as symbols. The images of birds are used by a number of guilds and professions, but I have never heard of any criminal association. Well, thank you for your time, Miss Sadler. It's kind of weird. So 41 Southeast, birds as symbols. We'll just write down. And let's mark where 41 Southeast is. All right. Anna says, I'm thinking how we could track down the Emily person. Any ideas? Yeah, I think she's going to be working at the boxing place and we'll get to visit her once we go there, but we're putting that off. Jonathan Warner says, time to survey the Holmes house or the house of Gerard, because we don't, the only reason we're suspecting Holmes is because he sort of sounded weird that this guy had a big bushy beard. All right, so we're going to go back to 11C. And we're going to decide what to do when we get there. This is a little nerve-wracking. This is more than a little nerve-wracking, which we'll see once we read this. It makes me a little nervous. So here we are at 11EC. Do we have a circled O? If so, skip right to only read if we have O, which we do. So we're going to skip right to O. Okay. Feeling suspicious of Garud, we watched the house on Bloomfield Street from a distance. There's no activity for a while. Then 3 men arrived. One is a tall man. Did we not? Sorry, this doesn't. I see. So let me just mention where we left. So I guess this is a little weird. We got to here. He knocks on the door. Our old rundown house, boarded up windows. It's answered by a large man with brown hair and a big bushy beard. Garud goes inside and the door closes. Circle O, which is what we did. Then we came back and O directed us to go somewhere else. But we should have guessed, we should have read this. If you want to sneak into the house, read on below. If you want to watch the house for a while, skip to the section below, beginning only read if you have O. If you don't want to sneak or watch, head elsewhere. So we've peeked a little bit behind the curtain because this sounds like what it's saying. If you want to sneak in, you're only going to get a chance to do it now. So if we wanted to sneak in, we could do it now, or we could watch and leave and come back. So I think we're all a little gun shy about sneaking in, right? Because we don't want to get killed. We don't know anything about this place. We don't know who's there. We think Sherlock Holmes may live there, but so are we all for watching? But keep in mind, we're giving up the option to sneak in. Once we move along, and technically maybe we already gave up the option. So I guess we should so we're skipping our option to sneak in. We never get a chance to sneak in. And now we're just reading this. Feeling suspicious of Garage, we watch the house on Bloomfield Street. Let's make a note to come back when we finish the game. Read section 11EC break-in, because we're never going to get a chance to do this before we finish. So before we finish the game, let's make sure we read what that would have happened. Okay, feeling suspicious of Garud, we watch the house on Bloomfield Street from a distance. There's no activity for a while. Then 3 men arrive. One is a tall man with black hair and a beard. One short man with mousy brown hair, and the last a bald short man with glasses. They're all dressed in overalls and carry planks of wood. These look like they're just construction people. They don't match the description of our criminals. They're all dressed in overalls, carry planks of wood. A short time after we see someone we are convinced is Giroud in an upstairs window. He moves about the room for a while and then disappears from sight. Shortly after, we hear sounds of sawing and hammering from the house. Then the 3 men who entered leave and head towards Liverpool Street Station. Now, if you want to sneak in the house, read the paragraph above this one. Oh, so we do get a chance to sneak in. All right. Well, I don't think these are our criminals. They've all left. They haven't all left. Garud is still in there, right? 3 men arrive. We see Garud upstairs. Then the 3 men leave. So I feel like this is not related to our case. But then maybe we should sneak in just to see. There's only one person there, Garud. We've met him already. I don't think too much harm can come from going in there. They don't seem to be the criminals, so I say we sneak in. What do you think? I don't think it's going to be important to our case in either way. But we might as well. Okay, here we go. Sneak in. We carefully make our way to the back of the house. Daisy tells Dodger to stay. Stay. And we creep into a small back garden and up to a partially open window. Tinker, you could fit through that opening, says Wiggins. Could you climb in and then open the back door for us? Are we going to get punished for making a bad choice here? We're going into this thematically not being convinced this is not related to criminals. So if it says some punishment based on us thinking this was the criminal place, we're not going to accept it. Could you climb in and open the back door for us? Sure thing, Wiggs, says Tinker, climbing through. We wait with bated breath for a few minutes, and then the back door opens a small amount. Thank God, Tinker's okay. We're just starting to make our way inside when there's a shout from somewhere in the house, and Tinker gestures for us to run. We dart back out and down the street, Dodger barking excitedly at our heels, and nip into a greengrocer's. Turn to 84 EC. So, if you look, we broke in here, Garud spotted us, and we ran out to here, 84 EC. I mean, we knew Garud was in there. We just thought maybe we could sneak in with him even in there. Maybe that was a bad idea. 84 EC. Hopefully we're not going to get punished. Interesting. Very interesting. I thought we were going to get punished, but look at this. We watch through the window of the greengrocer's shop and see the bearded man come running down the street and then stop. Oh, it's the bearded man. He looks around for a moment, then turns and heads back the way he came. We all breathe. It's a circle letter E. Okay, so 41. So 11 EC sneak brought us to 84 EC. see. Okay. He turns and heads back the way he came. We all breathe a sigh of relief and turn around to see the greengrocer, a tall, thin lady with long gray hair, staring at us with a puzzled expression. Circle E. Okay. Which we got from 84 EC. And then we've got a floor plan here. I don't know how we get that. It's going to be Holmes, right? Is that guy who chased us out. Ah, here they are, says Wiggins. Cabbages, yum yum. Wow, get a load of that one, lads. He's pretending that you've come in there looking for cabbages. He picks up a very large cabbage and holds it out for us all to see. We all nod and murmur approval at such a fine specimen, which Wiggins carries to the counter and purchases. When we were back on the street, Wiggins asked Tinker about what happened in the house. On the other side of the window was a scullery and an old kitchen, says Tinker, in a right awful state. I went through into a hallway with some stairs on my left, and to my right was the back door. I thought I could hear sounds of talking, but quite faint. Then, just after I let you guys in, there were footsteps, and I turned and I saw the big bearded fella at the top of the stairs. He shouted, so I figured we should scarper. Good call, Tinker, says Wiggins, nodding. But what's that? He points at a piece of paper in Tinker's hand. It's some kind of plan that was on a table near the back door, says Tinker. I just grabbed it as I ran. And then he shows it to us. I am thinking this is a big red herring. I am thinking that the game is going to ask us like what room to break in. And it might make us guess one of these rooms. But I am not sure. Let's get a super close-up. I mean, I don't see how this is of any relevance to us. I think this is, they're just renovating this house, that's right. Or Holmes is hiding in here, but it sounds like they're just renovating this house, and it's just to trick us, to catch us if we don't really get where the house is. So I'm going to take a screenshot of this in case we need it. All right. Pretty interesting though. And we circled E. We don't know why we have a circled E. All right, well, what's next? We still have a couple of... Yes, Jonathan says, let's finish up surveying, hiding out and watching the Jarvis shop, which was 97 EC, I believe. This is the father of the thing. Do you have a circled J? We do. Skip ahead to J. Okay, so we followed Gerard from this place, and now we're doing other stuff at this place. We watched Jarvis Builder's Yard for a while, and see 3 men arrive and enter the yard. They are dressed in overalls, and one is bald with glasses. That's the guy we just saw go into the draught house. One is tall with black hair and a beard, and one is short with mousy brown hair. After a few minutes, they leave the yard again, carrying planks of wood, and head off to Bishopsgate. Okay, that's where we were. Now, if you want to go into the yard and talk to Ed Jarvis, read on. If not, go elsewhere. Okay, so now we have to decide if we want to talk to the father of the son we put in jail. I think this is another case where nothing bad's going to happen to us. We're in public. This guy's an honorable guy. He's going to be mad at us, or not, but we can't really get hurt by this guy. We believe this is an upstanding guy. So I think we should just go talk to him and see what happens. I mean, his son was a criminal, robber. I don't think anything bad's going to happen to us. It certainly can't be a mistake. Like, we're not going to get hurt. We're not walking into the criminals. We've concluded this guy is not a criminal. So I'm going to read it. We walk into the yard and over to the workshop where we see Ed Jarvis behind the counter looking over some building plans. When he sees us, we see recognition in his eyes, but he seems to be struggling to remember how he knows us. Mr. Jarvis, says Wiggins, we're old friends of Conrad and wondered where we could find him, so we're lying to be friends of his son. Melbank, Ed grunts and his eyes narrow. You fellas were in here before, weren't you? Back in August. And didn't you say you worked for that detective fella investigating the robbery Conrad got done for? Gulp, he recognized us. Do you have a circled E? We do. If you do, skip ahead to the last section, which also says only read if you believe to E. Okay, so we're skipping ahead to here. Begins Wiggins, and then there's a shout from behind us. Oh, we have an E because we broke in. They just saw us. They're going to chase us off or something. Gulp. Begins Wiggins, and then there's a shout from behind us. We turn to see Garud and the bearded man standing in the doorway. Here they are, says the bearded man, dirty little thieves. He steps towards us menacingly. What's going on? asks Ed Jarvis. This lot broke into the house on Bloomfield Street, says Gerard. Ed stares at us and then walks out from behind the counter. We didn't mean any harm, says Simpson at the same moment that Dodger starts barking and snarling. For a moment, the men's attention turned to Dodger, and seizing our chance, we run for the doorway. Tinker darts under Garud's legs, and the rest of us leap around the bearded man as he lunges towards us. A moment later, we're outside the yard and Dodger follows. We move quickly off down the street. I don't know what this is about. All right, so that was actually dangerous. I didn't consider the fact that Garud saw us break in could get us in trouble. So 97 EC, we want to make sure we come back to read what we would have gotten if we had not broken in. Right? Because if we hadn't circled the E for breaking in, we could have talked to him. That's kind of clever. All right. Well, we're running out of loose ends here. Shall we visit the medical examiner and the criminologist? I don't even know if they'll be visitable in this case. I wouldn't be surprised if this guy doesn't tell us a little bit of clue about the test tubes. But let's go to the medical examiner and the criminologist. .38 EC is Jasper Meeks. I'm going to mark it here. 38 EC. Is that here or is there a separate 38? He's at the hospital. Okay. 38 EC. So first we're going to Jasper Meeks. Meeks tells us he's not seen Holmes and has had no corpses delivered recently. Do you have a circled N, L, or F? Surely we do. We have the N, we have the L, and we have the F. If you do, read on. Could you tell us about the bodies from the Heisler murders 2 years ago? Asked Wiggins. I can, Jasper replies. They were in terrible state. I think there were 5, if my memory serves me. Oh, now we're going to hear about 5 dead bodies. This may be getting to Anna's theory about someone else or whatever. I don't know. 5 bodies. Baron Heisler, his son, and 3 of his staff. There were multiple attackers, 3 of his staff. Interesting. Multiple attackers. And they used clubs and fists. Oh, they're boxers. They beat them to death. Most of the bodies had various broken bones and substantial bruising. Okay, that's a clue that the boxers beat them up. Thanks, Dr. Meeks. That's it. Okay. Okay, so 38 EC. I'll just write, this is Meeks. 3 dead servants. That's not going to be relevant. Emily's going to be a worker at the boxing club. 3 dead servants and then boxers killed them. I think we know for sure now. Okay, next up is Murray, the criminologist at 22 Southwest. I feel like we're reaching the end of this case. H.R. Murray is sitting 22 Southwest. Let's mark it on our map for fun. By the way, if you're ever doing this, if you decide to play these games and mark these spaces like I've been doing, in my narrative detective, remedial detective school for narrative mystery gamers videos, I talk about these little circles. You can get transparent and opaque. I use the transparent one so I can see through to the numbers. And another little trick that I don't talk about in that video is getting these stickers off. So between sessions, I take all of these stickers off. You can get them with your finger now, but it's a little labor intensive. But if you use a little razor blade, they just all scrape right off with no effort at all. So if you ever want to use that technique at home, get yourself some straight razor blades, whatever they're called, safety razors, I think, or whatever, and it scrapes right off. Okay, H.R. Murray is sitting in his chair with his hands together and his eyes closed. As we enter, he opens his eyes and looks at us. Ah, Mr. Wiggins, he says, and we all pause a moment in shock. Do you know why we're in shock? You remembered my name, sir, says Wiggins. Murray's brow furrows. Of course, why would I forget it? He looks around his desk and picks up an apple core, holds it a moment, and presents it to us. Look at that, he says. We all look at the apparently ordinary apple core. Is it from a crime scene? asks Wiggins. No, answers Murray. I ate it for my lunch. He places the core back onto the desk and sighs. I have a grumbling heart, my lad, he says. I may not be long for this world. My doctor told me to eat fruit, so I am eating it. Can't stand it, though. As a rule, apples I tolerate. He pauses and raises an eyebrow, then adds, just. Sorry to hear that, Mr. Murray, sir, says Wiggins, but could you tell us if you've seen Sherlock recently? I certainly could, and I certainly have. Really? When? Late yesterday morning. He brought me something to look at. What? Murray leads us across the room to a tray filled with liquid that has a sheet of paper floating in it. He heard about the special solution I used in the Shane case, he says. He brought me a sheet of paper and asked me to get all the text I could off it. It should be ready now. Is this going to be the mirror and all the solutions? So there was something else he was working on. Maybe it's the code to get in. Should be ready now. He removes the paper with tweezers, lays it out on the desk. He also asked some questions about the disappearance of Dudley Fulcroft. I told him I had no evidence related to that, although I thought Inspector Lestrade had some new information. He picks up the sheet of paper and shakes it gently, then studies it. Yes. Some of the text is now visible, but not much. He passes it to us. Look at that. I have no idea where Mr. Holmes acquired it, unfortunately. Well, we hope you feel better soon, Mr. Murray. Thank you for your help. Any time, Wilkins. He forgot her name by the time the end of the conversation. Okay, well, let's take a close look at this document. What is it? Let's take a printout of it. It says, looks like it says, Simon, welcome. I knew you had it in you. You fought well and settled it quickly, and something, something, if you are one of us now. Something will be good to something, but I suggest you something, don't ever question him, or you may be cast out of the inner circle. As for me, something in the Times, use the directory, the same something code I used before or something. Ricardo. Okay, so we know this is going to be a message from Ricardo Perez. And they're talking about joining the Hooks gang or something. You fought well, settled it quickly. Like a boxing fight. You're now one of us now. I suggest you do not ever question him. They're talking about Jack Vane, the leader probably, or you may be cast out of the inner circle. As for me, something in the Times, use the directory. I mean, they're talking about the code. As for something in the Times, the same something code maybe. Something I showed you before, I used before or something. So I think this is just a hint about reading the code, a pretty big hint. This is why Dave Neal told us to stop visiting people. This seems like this is the big code. I think we just need to make sure it's not telling us what password to use. This is Murray. Letter about decoding. Does everyone agree that this is basically a letter telling us how to solve the code? Sounds like what Jonathan is agreeing with that. So it's not, it just says, as for the code in the Times, use the directory. I just, same something as I showed you before or something. So yeah, it's not talking about the password to the club. That's the only thing I wanted to make sure. Yep. Okay, so that was very fun that Anna solved it on her own before we had to read this. So that's Murray. We had a fun interaction with Murray. Always fun to talk to Murray. So we've been to Pike, we've been to Porky, we've been to Meeks, we've been to Murray, we've been to Lomax, we've been to Disraeli. We haven't been to Watson, but we have been to Henry Ellis. and Lestrade. So the only place left to go on our informants is Watson. I suggest we do that now. I suspect it's just going to be a hint about the code, but I think that's the appropriate thing to do now while we're here. Let's see if Watson has any information. So these are going to be, well, let's pause for a second, actually. Because it's possible he's going to give us more hints. And maybe we don't want them before we go to the boxing club on our own. Is there any place else to go? We're supposed to return to 13 Southwest when we have an R. Did we ever get the R? No, we never got an R or a B or a C. I believe the B and the C were sports related. But it's a little troubling. It's a little troubling that we don't have a B, a C, or an R. The one that wanted the R, who wanted R? I mean, I think we should stop by the boxing club at this point. I mean, if there's any other leads you want to go to, but before we go to Watson, I think we should stop by the boxing club and take a peek in there. It was Lestrade that we could come back with an R, so I don't know what that's about. But I think we're all in agreement that it's time to go to the boxing club. Is there any other clue that we meant to follow up on before that's outstanding other than the boxing club? I don't see any on my cards. John says, B and C did seem sports related. I think the B or C could be if we fail the passcode. I think you might be right. That's a clever idea. What about the questions we wrote down at the beginning? So we still haven't run into Sherlock Holmes. We have a guess about the boxer headquarters password. We don't know about the headboard mirror. We don't know about the long blonde hair, but these are all related. Cigars and mints. Cigars and mints. I think since those are all related to the boxing headquarters, it makes sense for us first to go to the boxing headquarters to peek around and see if anything else opens up to us before we start worrying about other stuff. So I'll tell you what, let's take our 8-minute break. We'll come back and we'll peek at the boxing place and then decide where to go next. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Club for Two. It feels like we're really approaching the end game of this case. Death of a Detective, Case 10 in Dave Neal's Baker Street Irregulars, Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective box. I think we're just about ready to walk into this boxing headquarters very gingerly to see what's going on. Anna says she finally got something to eat and feels better, and Jonathan wanted to make sure we follow up that Kent from case 5, who was the murderer who was hired. We don't think it's related, but because there's some tie-in with Moriarty, it seems like we probably should. Now, Kent was hiding out at the person with the book or something. Wasn't it, wouldn't it have been on the June 3rd newspaper? I believe it would have been in the June 3rd newspaper, and I think he was left a personal thing about having a book to pick up or something. Why don't I see it now? Do you remember where it was? Kent was the killer. He was given a book or told to deliver a book. I thought it was in the. I thought it would have been in the June 3rd newspaper. Here's June 13th. That's a different case. Maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe I'm misremembering something. I mean, look at these case books. Kent advertised a book about a pink lady. That's right. That's what I thought. It was an advertisement about a book. But where is the advert? Wasn't that... Wouldn't that have been in the June 3rd paper? Isn't that our earliest paper? Red River Valley, yeah. So what am I... Where is that if it's not in the... Miscellaneous? Patty and Cowboy Tunes. A new novel. Oh, that was it. Okay. 49 EC. This is... In this case, this guy put an ad, Mr. Flowerstone. That's Kent. Right, okay. Put an ad, and the book was arranged by Moriarty. That was to tell him to kill someone, etc. So 49 EC. We're going to see if there's an entry here for that. I wouldn't be surprised if there wasn't. It's not going to be related. Well, this is a little weird. So, wow. Okay, so you would call this a mistake by Dave Neal. This is a small mistake by Dave Neal. 49 EC, a rare mistake for Dave Neal. 49 EC is mentioned here in this paper with the guy from this case where the killer was hanging out, 49 John Street EC. 49 EC is actually reused in our current case for the location of the Amateur Boxing Association. Now, it's not a technical mistake that there could be two places at the same neighborhood address 49 EC because the game says that any given address could refer to a whole block of apartments. But it's a mistake in that you don't want a game that you don't want people to get to a place by mistake. And because he reused 49 EC for Kent in this case and for the Boxing Association, which is a hard place to find that you don't want people stumbling onto by accident, that's a mistake. Thankfully, we had already been there. John says maybe we could visit Kent in jail in Millbank Prison 23, but I think we went to Millbank Prison. I forget why. We tried to go there. Yeah, I do remember why. There's no entry for Millbank Prison. Anna says, Kent's in jail. We shouldn't have gone there. Yeah, but I think you could argue we should go there. Anyway, we tried to find the horse and carriage here, and we couldn't. So there's no entry for Millbank Prison. So I think we're run out of leads. I mean, we could check out some more of the sports associations, but I don't think there's reason to. And we don't have, there are a couple of letters that we were asked if we had in certain places. I just want to, I think we're going to go to the boxing place next, but I did want to, I think we should write down on a card what letters we've been asked about that we don't have. So the letters that we don't have that we were asked about were B, C. We were asked about those very early on. I think those are related to the Hooks Gang Sports. Jonathan's theory is if we miss the password, we're going to be redirected. So the only letter that's different is R, and that's a letter that Lestrade wanted. We don't know where to get that. All right, are we ready to go to the... Anna is defending Dave Neal, saying it was just a room with a landlord before. I'm going to still respectfully disagree. The fact that that was such an important location in case 5 means it should not have been reused for an important location in this case. That's my position. Okay, Jonathan's ready for boxing. Anna, are you ready for boxing? I'm nervous, but I think the game is going to let us back out. So we don't have to commit to it yet. All right. Jonathan is ready. We're just waiting for Anna says ready. Okay, so 5 EC. Here we go. Scary, scary. This could be the end of the game here for us. First thing we do is circle the letter T. T is already circled. Okay. Let's get our notes here. So T we circled, according to my notes, at 49 EC, this boxing place, where we learned about this club, I guess. So 5 EC. First thing it does is tell us to circle T, which we already had. Here we go. The club at 5 Old Street is a dark gray building with blacked out windows. In front of the door stands a large burly doorman. We amble up to him as casually as possible and Wiggins says, "Afternoon, friend." The doorman stares at us and mumbles, "Password." If you have no idea what the password is, stop reading. So this is a good time to remind you how we came up with the password. And it was a bit of a stretch, so we should think about it. At the boxing place, we met the journalist who interviewed them at one time. He said, in June, early June, that's all he said, I went and visited, and I had to use a password, and the password changes every day, is what he said to us. So today is September 12th. We don't know what day the journalist went. I wonder, we went to the Sports Times, right? Like, I wonder if we could get more of a detail about what actual day he went. Newspapers. I think we went to the Sporting Times 47 EC. I'm pretty sure we went to 47 EC. Where's my thing here? (47 EC). Did we go to the Sporting Times? Yes, we did. Okay. So I don't think we know the exact day he went and interviewed them, but we guessed maybe it was on June 3rd, which we have a newspaper for. He tells us that the password he used to get into the boxing headquarters on when he went, which we're hoping might be the 3rd. In fact, maybe if there's an article about it on the 3rd, that would confirm it for us. There isn't. Anyway, on the 3rd, we noticed, he told us the password was rescued on that day. We noticed there is the word rescued in the June 3rd paper. It's the last word of the last headline. Well, Anna says it has to be June 3rd because the next paper is June 13th. He went in early June. Well, I would say it differently. If we have the paper from that day, it's the June 3rd paper. But it's a bit of a coincidence that we happen to have the paper from the day that he went. Like if he interviewed them on the 2nd, we don't have that paper. So we're relying on the idea that we happen to have the paper that he used. I would feel more comfortable if he told us he went on the 3rd. But anyway, if rescued is where it came from here, and we don't see it anywhere else in any headlines at least, then we're guessing that maybe the password pattern is use the last word in the last headline. If that's true, then today is the 12th, and the password would be ACT. So that's what we're operating under. So if you have no idea, stop reading. So we do have an idea. John says, any other articles about fires in today's paper? The rescued word was in an article about burning. Vane's life was affected by fire. Maybe the password is in title of articles about fire. Well, that's a cool idea, Jonathan, but here's why it fails. It fails because they say the password changes every day. So you'd have to have a rule that said find the story about fire in every paper, in every day, and then what would you use to say what word it was? It makes much more sense to just say in every paper, look for the last word. But if we did look in the 3rd, I don't see any story about fires. But it's an interesting idea. I just think this one is a much more usable pattern. All right, so are we ready to tell them that the password is ACT? Are we comfortable trying that? I mean, if we're wrong, we're not going to lose the game, are we? I think it's going to be correct, though, but I wouldn't bet on it. I would bet on it, but I wouldn't give you great odds on it. And it doesn't make use of the mirror. I don't see how the mirror helps. Okay. The last word is... What do you mean the last word also is rescued? Oh, that's a great point. Okay. Anna has very, very clever. Okay. So Anna has also mentioned that it's not just the last word in the last headline. It's the last word of the entire paper. So if we look at today's paper, well, that's a good catch. Anna's really on top of her game today. If we look at the last word of the paper, if it's the last word of the last headline, it's act. But if it's the last word of the paper, it's 99 or 9. So our password guesses are... All right, now we have to vote. Here are our options. It's either act, 99, or 9. Now, what's your guess? Is it the last word of the paper? The last word of the last headline? What would you guess? What would you guess? Now, I think if we get the password wrong, we're going to just get to try again. And there's no good way to know the answer. Anna is saying that I misspoke and said like it's the last word of the paper rather than saying it's the last word of the headline. And with that idea, she came up with and said that when I misspoke, I actually was onto something. Okay, Anna says rescued is a word, not a number, so I would guess act. Jonathan, you got a theory what it's most likely to be? I guess I'm going to go with act, which was my original theory. That leaves Jonathan to go for the wild card of 99. Oh, Jonathan also thinks act. Okay. So we're all going to go with act. Let's try it. If you have no idea what the password is, stop reading now. We're going to try act. If you think you know the password, read on. Add an S and a W to the password, and you will know where to turn next. Okay, so we're going to add an S and a W to these things. So it doesn't tell us where, though. So something like SWACT, swacked, or something. And then 9 would be what? How would we add it? Add an S and a W. Backwards? Would we add it backwards? Is that why he needed the mirror? All right, here's what we're going to do. I guess 99, and then it's not one word, 99 SW. Well, Jonathan and Anna are ahead of me. I was just going to say, okay, let's go to the 10-minute thinking break. But before I could even suggest it, Anna and Jonathan have both come to the same conclusion, Southwest 99. Okay. Well, you guys figured it out before I even had a chance to think. Okay, so we think it's SW99. SWACT doesn't make sense. Yep, okay, SW99. Here we go. We're about to walk in. I thought it was going to give us a choice. There may be no backing out now. It's a little nerve-wracking that there's no backing out. Only read on if you have been directed here from a different location. Otherwise, you learn nothing useful. So Do you think 99 Southwest is we should think about as being a place? No, it's not on the map, 99. Oh. Okay, and it says, where is the police? Lestrade told us not to go here without the police, and we didn't have the R. Are we making a bad mistake? Did we need to find Sherlock Holmes first? We can still back out. But I don't know where else we would go. Anna says, are we really just walking in? I'm afraid. I'm a little afraid too. I didn't think we were just going to walk in. We haven't walked in yet. But aren't they going to be suspicious that some kids know the password to the gangsters? This feels wrong. John says, I don't have any other leads. That's kind of how I feel. Are they really going to let kids walk in just because we know the password? I thought there would be a choice to alert us to Lestrade. Yeah, I thought it was going to be, well, they're going to let Daisy in here? This is nerve-wracking, but I don't know what else we would do. We don't know. I mean, don't get me wrong. We haven't fully exhausted everything. It's not like we might not find another place, but it just feels like we've had this place for so long that we should be able to run out if things get hairy. All right, let's keep going. We whisper 99 to the burly doorman, who with a slightly suspicious look in his eye nods and stands aside. When you are ready to enter the club, turn this book upside down and start reading it from the back. If you want to gather more information before entering the club, you can follow more leads and start reading from the back of the book whenever you are ready. Okay, so now we have our hard decision to make. It sounds like it's basically saying, when you turn this book around, it's endgame. You're not going to come back. So that's it. There's no more leads you get to follow. So yeah, we better go to Watson first. So this is it telling us there's no going back. Once we turn, we're not going to be able to see any more leads. So we got to think hard about whether we should be finding Sherlock Holmes before we walk in here or if he's going to be in here. That's nerve-wracking. All right, so Southwest 99 is turn back book when ready. That's nerve-wracking. All right, let's read what Watson has to say to help us out. 42 Northwest. At 221B Baker Street, Watson is sitting in an armchair, surrounded by the various items we found in Holmes's room. I hope you made more progress than I have, he says when he sees us. I cannot fathom why Holmes was reading about sporting events, birds, and the shipping routes of Norfolk. We didn't really figure that out either, to be honest. We know about sporting events, but not about birds or Norfolk. There are no marks in the old newspapers to indicate what he was interested in. There are some things missing. He seems to have taken a London street map, our copy of the directory, and a couple of recent newspapers. Okay, that's all consistent with the code system. Do you have a circle W? If not, tell Watson what you have learned and then go elsewhere. We don't have a W. So if we don't have a W, go elsewhere. That's a little confusing. 42 Northwest, Watson, wants W. It's a little confusing. It says, if not, tell Watson what you have learned, then go elsewhere. If you do, read on. So all of this long thing about Watson we can't do. We don't get to read. I guess we have to go to the rest of the sports clubs. And birds and Norfolk shipping? Why would that be relevant to getting into the boxer headquarters? Like, we know Pauline is going there. We know where it is. We know the password. That's weird. That's awfully weird. I see actually there's another place where it wanted a W. Oh no, that was V. The Norfolk shipping lines. Why was Holmes searching that, and how do we follow up on there? By going to shipping offices? Steamship? Could this Simon person be Holmes in disguise? Thank you for reminding me to write down that there was a name on that note from Ricardo Perez. I assume that's the name of one of the other bad people, but maybe not. To Simon. Could Simon be Holmes in disguise, getting into the club as a boxer? No, because it was by Ricardo Perez wrote that letter, and we had arrested Ricardo Perez by then. What was with that letter at Murray? Was it thrown into the water, but Holmes didn't read it then? Yeah, that's right. Holmes didn't read it. I don't know where Holmes found it. Maybe Holmes found it. I don't know where he found it. Well, I think John says, I think the Norfolk shipping book could be just so he can mingle with ex-sailor boxers and be knowledgeable. Yeah, that's possible. And what about the birds then? Why is he reading about birds? Why is he reading about birds? Let's check out the rest of the sports clubs because we thought B and C might be related to that. Be nice to just cross those off. There's the football union at 58 Northwest. I'm not going to count these against us if we don't find entries. Okay, so if here's a 58 Northwest. This is a football club. The bird clues fit with Werner, but we solved that part. Yeah. Okay, here's 58 Northwest. I guess I should mark it. I did used to live on Old Street, says Mary Tell, as 3 young children, 2 boys and a girl, run around shouting at her feet as she cradles a baby in her arms. It didn't feel like a good place to raise a family. I got married and we bought this lovely place, which is in a much better neighborhood. Do you remember the name of the person who bought the house on Old Street? I think it was a Mr. Rowan. Okay, so this is clearly not meant to be a football location lookup. It's one of our people who have records of buying places on Old Street. And she says, Mr. Rowan, this is going to be insignificant, but did we check to make sure none of those places were bought very recently nearby? Because maybe the cops have bought a place to stake it out. Like, maybe we need to look at that land sales chart again. Old Street. Mr. Rowan bought it. I mean, I suppose these different people that live on Old Street could have information for us. Where was the... It was at the records. It was WC. So let's look at this again. 3 Old Street, bought by Mr. Kalis in 1888. So a year ago. That's our location. '72, Mrs. Mary Tell, that's who we just visited. This 74 Old Street has been owned by this guy for a long time. 75 Old Street, no records. Where is... So 84 is near it. Oh, it's EC. Where is 5 Old Street? I guess we didn't put a mark on it yet because we just visited it there for the first time. So 5 Old Street is here. Is that right? No. Yes? No, that's southeast. That's west central. 5 Old Street should be here. 6, 7, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Where the hell's 5? Okay, there it is. Leonard and Old Street. Okay. So next to, nearby 5 Old Street is 75 Old Street. And 74. Did anyone own 75? Yes. No records for 75. And if we just drop by 75 Old Street, do we see anything? Let's drop by 75 Old Street. Let's see if there's anything to see here. At number 75, we meet a Mr. Podlington who says he can tell us the history of the house dating back to the reign of Charles II. It was originally a type of bank, though quite different from the banks of today, he says, tucking into a large piece of fruitcake, and there's still a sort of vault attached to the cellar. As you may have noticed, the upper story of the house is actually rented by the Cyclists Touring Club as their base of operations. Though I don't believe there's anyone there today. We asked some questions about the touring club, but Mr. Podlington seems to know little. We listened to him ramble on for a while and gratefully accept his offer of tea and cake, but then make our excuses and leave. There is still a vault attached to the cellar. 75 is right across the street. And there's a vault attached to the cellar. That's weird. Vault, cellar. Rented by Cyclist Touring Club. Follow up the cycling club, yes. Cyclist Touring Club is at 75 EC. That's where we are. He says, rented by the Cyclist Touring Club as their base of operations, though I don't believe there's anyone there today. It was a type of bank. Boy, that sounds like it could be relevant to us. I'm gonna erase some of these. Cycles, we can go to the Bayless Cycle, Swift Cycle Company. I mean, just as a lark, I'm going to stop off at the cycling places in EC to see if they know of anything. The Football Association. I don't see the cycling. But I do see a football association here. So I'm a little bit confused. Because where's tennis at 74 EC? We might as well do that one while we're here. At number 74, we find the offices of Lawn Tennis Association. This is Miss Prime. We already were here before. She says they're not involved in any crime. Now, I'm a little bit confused because I can just see here there's a football association at 92 EC that I just happened to see. But I don't see how it's not in Sport Association. So I'm not sure how we were to find it. Football Association, 55 Northwest. That's weird. Feels like we already went there. That's not an entry. Something seems wrong. Oh, Dave Neal is here. Okay. So, Football Association just in the newspaper is different. Okay, Dave Neal has to stop. Dave Neal has to stop giving us clues. Because we would have gotten that. But okay. Dave Neal, no more clues. But we did hit a dead end here. Okay, so we shouldn't have peeked at it, but Dave says it's an error. It's different than the number in the directory, which is an error. I see, okay. Well, let's just see if we had looked at the paper, if we had found the Football Association somehow. In one of the papers, presumably we'll find football. Someone fill Dave Neal in. Dave Neal says, an error, it's not meant to be, so you should have found it. Okay. Well, if it had, I've noticed that there's some people who disagree with the directory being out of date or whatever, but I fully accept that sometimes the directory can be out of date. So if it's in the newspaper, that would be fine. But we're just going to assume that it's a typo in the paper or a mistake somewhere. That's fine. So we're going to look up this football club, even though it seems like it's not the most important thing for us, especially since we already have tracked down the boxing. Okay, so well, let's just read the Football Association thing, because it does have a letter, even though we don't think this is going to be too related to our case, but let's read it. 92 EC. No one at the Football Association is available to speak to us, but we find a clerk on a break smoking a cigarette on the porch. We ask him if he knows of any criminal activity related to the London football clubs. There have been rumors, he says, of some clubs fans getting aggressive with each other and courting violence over which footballer on team is best. There was a fight on Tuesday in the Red Boar, but I don't know the details. Circle B. So there was a fight on Tuesday when Holmes disappears. Is this how we track down Holmes? Football club. Circle B. All right, let's circle B and then let's try to recall what location wanted B. So, who wanted B? Do we have a nice list? I don't think we do. We're just going to have to walk through it. Which ones needed B? And Jonathan is filling Dave Neal in on information, but Dave Neal has to be reminded not to give us any hints. Needs F, needs N. I'm looking for what needed B. Needs N out F, we don't need that. Come back with B, C, P, or T. The Sporting Times, 47 EC. All right, well, here's the Sporting Times if you happen to have B. We say, do you know anything about the fight between some football fans at the Red Boar on Tuesday? He says, nope. First I've heard of it. Okay, so that's it for B. We don't have C, so we can't read the C. But we could go visit the Red Boar, I suppose. Red Boar. I mean, this seems like unrelated unless it was Holmes trying to get attention. Is that how Holmes is going to work himself into the criminal gang? To act like a tough guy? Okay, and Jonathan has filled him in. We got to the boxing place, we got the password, and then we panicked that we weren't ready to go in. And we got to read Watson, and Watson says, do you have a W? If not, go away. And it has a lot of text, and we're like, we don't have the W. So that's why we've ground to a bit of a halt. Although we do feel like we have a pretty good feel for things. Okay, the Red Boar is 34 SE, which is what Anna said a while ago. All right, here we go, 34 SE. Maybe this is how Holmes has got himself ingratiated into this boxing club. Although you would think he would, well, picking a fight would do it. And Holmes is a bit of a boxer, isn't he? Okay, 34 Southeast has an entry. Do you have a circled B? If not, you get nothing. Yes, we do. Red 4. The landlord of the Red Boar tells us there was a fight on Tuesday involving 5 men. He knows 2 of their names, Angus O'Shea and Thomas Whittle. And that's the end of this. Okay, so the fight with 5 men. Angus O'Shea and Thomas Whittle. Not names we've seen before, but let's see if we can look them up. Well, I don't see any O'Shea. Angus O'Shea. Okay, I don't see an O'Shea, but let's look for Thomas Whittle. No Thomas Whittle. So they're not in the directories if they're important. Do you have circle B? If not, you get nothing useful from the Red Boar other than a quick drink and a bite to eat. So these people are not in the directory. If this lead is anything but a red herring, we're going to have to find them not in the directory. It was the fight on Tuesday. So Tuesday is the 27th of August. We have no paper for around that time. So the closest one would be if there's any paper here about people arrested. Strikers arrested on Monday, charged and released. Richard Groves was charged with assault and threatening 2 men. His colleague Alfred Creamer, age 49, intimidating people. Wait, no, this is August. We're in September. Sorry. September 8th. And we're at September 12th. Thursday, so it would be September 10th, sorry. Tuesday would be September 10th. So if there's anything in about the fight, it would be here. Fought this builder killed in the fall, in case that's relevant. Four Oaks, we don't know anything about what that's about. Well, we hit a bit of a dead end with the football fight, although we did circle the B. This kind of seems like it's teasing us that there's something to study. We still seem to need one more sports club letter, C. Yes, we are missing a C. That's sports related. What sports have we not investigated? Let's look up our directory again. We did tennis. At least we went to one tennis place. We didn't do rowing. Rowing Club 66 EC, but I thought we went there. Jonathan was curious about it, so we went there. What did we read when we went there? We went there, it told us to circle the letter P. Anna says another red herring, unless we're supposed to track down, unless we can track down these people. You could imagine that we could track down the football fighters that are mentioned in the paper, and they would lead us to Sherlock Holmes disguised as a boxer, but it seems what's confusing for us is that we don't know if we should just walk in that boxers club if we have enough information. What's making us think we don't? The main thing that's making us think we don't is that we've walked in the front door. We've got these clues about a cellar and a vault and the old mother. And we've got Pauline is going to try to sneak in, and Holmes is missing. And Watson has a whole bunch of stuff he wants to tell us if we know the letter W. The fact that we don't have those makes us think we're not ready to turn to the back. We don't know for sure that once we turn to the back, we can't keep following leads, but it seems very strongly implied that once we turn to the back and start following that end game, we can't come back. Let's take a little break. We might have a thinking break for 10 minutes where we just look at notes. It would be, as Jonathan says, we really does seem like we should at least find that last sports letter. So let's take our 8-minute break. We'll come back and maybe we'll have some time where we just look through our notes and try to get find what that last sporting thing is. Also, Holmes' books on birds and the Norfolk shipping lanes, that bothers me that we haven't figured out how to make sense of those. So anyway, I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Call for Two. We're about 5 hours in. We're at a weird spot here. We were going on a great trajectory. We were decided, okay, we're ready to go in to the boxing club to get a feel for what's going on there. Even though we got a bit of a scare when we visited Watson, because he's like, if you have the W, you can read all this stuff. If you don't, go elsewhere. And we don't have this W and we don't know where to get it. We were thinking that going into the boxing area might be a little more gentle, like we could go. We were hoping to find this woman, Emily, who knows a little bit about the place. But when we put in the password to the boxing club, it says when you're ready, turn the book upside down, and otherwise, if you want to keep looking at clues, keep looking. So it seemed to us like we weren't going to be able to go back and look at clues once we start this end game, and it doesn't feel like we're quite ready. Anna in the chat has to leave, so we've agreed we're going to end it for the night soon and not go into the end game today. So we're basically ending here, but Jonathan and I are going to spend a little bit of time trying to get the last sports letter C and see if maybe there's any loose ends to tie up before tomorrow. So maybe we'll reread what the sports clubs that he was interested in and visit those other sports clubs. I do want to point out, I do see here where the 92 EC Football Club entry came from the Secretary of the Football Association. Different address than in the directory, but that's fine. Maybe they moved. But we read this already. This is about violence in football. The only thing that's making me think that, it feels like the whole other sports other than boxing were just red herrings to distract us. The only thing that's giving me a slight pang in my stomach is the idea that if Sherlock Holmes wants to get in with these bunch of boxers and fighters, could it be possible that he's started a fight on purpose to get noticed by them? We got two of their names. We'd heard there was a fight on Tuesday, which is when Sherlock Holmes disappeared. We couldn't find the two of them unless they're mentioned somewhere else in the paper, not just in the directory. But I have not seen it. They would have been written up in the September 12th paper because the fight happened on the 10th. I don't see any entry for these. But assuming we don't see their names anywhere, we should just try to find that extra C letter at least. So what were the other sports? What were the other sports? Let's look at the intro. An almanac of English sporting events which focuses on cricket, rowing, football, boxing, and tennis. Then a book of British birds and a treaty on the shipping routes of the Norfolk coast. Treaties on the shipping routes of the Norfolk coast. That's so weird. Jonathan thinks he's just trying to act like a sailor. Well, we do have that sailor place that's mentioned in the newspaper. Remember that sort of rough and ready, tough sailor hangout? I wonder if we could visit that. Remember that from the previous case? Exotic birds. Did we already go to 9 Northwest? I'm pretty sure we did. Let's make sure. Yeah, no entry on 9 Northwest, where the birds were. Where was the place where the sailors hang out? Sailors Reading Room. 15 EC. Let's see if that's anything. So we're just going to do some loose ends. Not where the boy drowned, it was here. The Sailors' Reading Room, a refuge for fishermen and mariners and the encouragement of Christian ideals. This was where the one-armed guy was hanging out in the back of the Harp's Lane. The Sailors' Reading Room is closed and a sign on the door states it is open Sunday to Wednesday. Peering inside, we see a wide variety of maritime memorabilia, paintings, books, and newspapers. Not open till Sunday, says a rough voice. Looking into our left, we see a very old, wild-looking, one-armed beggar sitting against the wall. Wiggin throws the man a coin. This is the person from the Harp's Lane case. Do you often beg out here, Governor? He asks. That I do, the beggar replies. And have you, by any chance, seen a man come to the reading room a little over 6 feet, lean and with a hawk-like nose? All right, just a reminder, Holmes is 6 foot tall. He goes by the name of Sherlock Holmes. I recall just such a gentleman. He came here on Tuesday. I heard him ask about sailing practices and symbols. Thank you, sir, says Wiggins, tossing a second coin into the beggar's cap before we head off down the street. He's looking at bird symbols and sailing symbols. What's going on? Werner also had the shipwright company. We went... Oh, that's a good point. His shipping company. We went to his blackening company. All right, at 15 EC Reading Room. Sailor Reading Room. SH... asking about sailing practices and symbols. I do think, you know, Jonathan, your theory that he's just reading up on how to be a sailor is not a crazy idea, that he's going to be disguised as a sailor. Is there any other sailing clubs we haven't been to? One in the white pages. In the sports, we've been to the rowing club. Rugby Football Union. I think we went there. 58 Northwest. Yes, we've been there. Cricket Club at Queen's Park. Cricket Club at 48 Northwest. All right, I was just there. Okay, well, here's our letter C. At the Cricket Club. C is the one we were still looking for, right? Yes, C. Okay. So we're going to circle a C. And let's read it. 48 Northwest is the Cricket Club. At Marleybone Cricket Club, some players are practicing on the pitch. The only person we can find in the club is an umpire, Cyril Bean. We explain we work for Sherlock Holmes, the detective, and ask if he has heard of any cricket clubs or cricketers that may have criminal associations. Nay, lad, he says in a strong Yorkshire accent, cricket is a sport of character and integrity. Are you sure there's nothing? Asked Wiggins. Even just rumors, perhaps? There were a young gent worked here as a ball boy till a month ago. He were fired when we discovered he was sabotaging cricket balls, filling some of 'em with clay to put the balance off. Right madcap scheme it were. We think he were doing it to sway the outcome in some matches which he were putting bets on. His name were Ethan Grouser. Circle the letter C. I think this is just going to be a red herring. He's fixing games for himself to bet on. This is not the... Circle C. And then if we go back to the Sports Times, we can ask about C. Maybe we should go to the Police Gazette at 35 EC. Did we already do that? I think we might have already done that. Sporting Times 47 EC. So if you've got C circled, you can now read. Can you tell us anything about Ethan Grouser who worked at Marylebone Cricket Club? I heard about him, a strange little scheme he had going. At least one match was played using his modified cricket balls. Before they realized, so maybe he made a profit out of it, and I have no idea where he is now. All right, that's a complete red herring of no interest to us. But we've got our circled C now. So the only letters we don't have that people ask about is Lestrade asks about an R, and Watson asks about a W. Jonathan says, Jonathan has a very interesting idea about tattoos. Werner had a shipwright company. Holmes was just getting a bird tattoo that matched the ship or a company of sailors. Can we check any tattoo parlors? I'm not sure Holmes would just use chemistry to make a temporary tattoo. Yeah, I think he would. It would have to be temporary. We do see a list of prisons, so we could check them all for Kent. That seems like a real long shot, but let's see. What have we got? Prisons. Military prison. We have no reason to think Kent was a military guy. Millbank, we checked. It's not there. But Newgate prison in the EC. We could peek at EC and see if it has anything to do with has an entry for our case. What was it? 36. 36 or 38. Oh, Newgate Prison 36 EC. Okay, well, there is an entry for 36 EC. I think you may have cracked it open, Jonathan. I think you may have cracked it open a little bit. I don't know. We're going to find out. Okay, so we just went to 36 EC. Now, why did we go to 36 EC? 36 EC is... (36 EC) is listed in the directory under Newgate Prison and Old Bailey. Well, Old Bailey is the criminal court. And it's not because it's a prison we're going in here. It's because Old Bailey was mentioned as the place where Jack Vane was tried. So we sort of stumbled onto this clue because Jonathan wanted to look at prisons, and I thought we'd start in the EC neighborhood since that's where our gang is. And it turns out that we forgot to go to Old Bailey. to look where Jack Vane was tried. We went to the Office of Records, which mentioned he was tried, but didn't direct us further. And now we just caught a little bit of a break. I mean, sometimes when you're determined, you catch a break. So we were determined. We caught a little bit of a break. So we went to 36 EC, which is Old Bailey. Let's read that now. Do you have a circled Z? If not, you earn nothing. Well, we do have a circled Z. I forget where we circled it, but we got it somewhere. 84 Southwest. That was probably her burn records that mention it. The Jack Vane trials, says Edward Hall when we have explained the reason for our visit. I remember those. He seemed to be a very unpleasant man, though not guilty of any offenses as far as the law is concerned. The first trial was for the assault of a pub barman who claimed Vane had punched him and broken his jaw when he refused to serve him. The case was dropped when the barman disappeared. The second trial was for the murder of a man named Stuart Haddons. There were witnesses who had seen Vane threaten Haddons about some money he was owed. There was also a witness who saw a tall man shoot Haddons in an alleyway, and a policeman was alerted and chased the killer. The killer outran him, though, and that was why Vane went free. You see, someone from the army testified that Vane served with Her Majesty's forces from 1878 to 1880, and he was discharged because of a severe injury. It was claimed that he could not have been able to run from the crime scene and certainly wouldn't have outrun a 25-year-old policeman. What was the name of the man from the army? Asks Wiggins. Hall picks up a large ledger and flicks through it for a minute, then says, "Here it is. Dr. John Watson." And then it's the circle W. Like, what? That's the record scratch. There's a twist, says Jonathan. So, Vane served 1878 to 1880, discharged for injury, and someone from the army testified that Vane was discharged due to this injury, and the person who testified was John Watson. Testified on Vane's behalf. That's insane. All right, now it's time to go knock on Watson's door and ask about that. Should we read this or do we wait till tomorrow? I don't know. It's like a page and a half. I don't think it's going to give too much away. I don't think it gives that much away. Let's read it. Dr. Watson, says Wiggins. Do you remember a man called Jack Vane? 42 Northwest Watson. We see a glimmer of recognition in Watson's eyes. I believe so. I gave evidence at his trial some years ago. Why? We think he's relevant to the case. Can you tell us more about him? Well, I don't know much, I'm afraid. I treated him when he suffered the bullet wound. It was back in January 1880, just 6 months before I was shot and also discharged from the Army. The bullet had severely damaged his left kneecap, and it was clear his movement would be impaired and his knee permanently weakened. By all means, given a few years and with the right exercise and willpower, I'm sure he could recover a great deal of motion, and perhaps even manage a slow jog over a short distance. But he would never run at speed again, and as I understand it, the perpetrator in the crime had done just that. Were you certain he could not have outrun the policeman? Watson nods. Absolutely. With his damaged left knee, I imagine even trying to run would have caused him considerable pain. Of course, that only means he could not have done the murder in person. As I recall, there was some evidence that he may have got someone else to do the deed, but it was not enough to convict him. Do you remember what Mr. Vane looks like? Yes, he has a distinctive scar on his right cheek and down his neck. He was badly burned at some point in his life. That confirms what our whole backstory about how the fire killed his family and he got burned by it. He's a tall, gangly man. When I knew him in the Army, he had short brown hair and a mustache. But I believe at trial he no longer had a mustache and his hair was longer. He struck me as a man with a lot of confidence and willpower. I remember him staring at me at one point when I was treating him, and I was almost afraid. The look in his eye was the look of a man who will do anything to get what he wants. I knew then that the injury would not break him. And do you know where he lives? No? Is it important that you find him? It could be, Dr. Watson. We give Watson a brief summary of our findings so far and then head back onto the London streets. Do you have an N, L, or F? If not, leave. If you do, you can read, the Heisler murders. If you need more information, you should visit Mycroft at the Diogenes Club, which we already did. So, Watson gives us physical description. He basically just says, hey, he couldn't have killed him himself and run away, but he probably could have hired someone. So, he still could be to blame for it. He can't run. You have to wonder if that's going to be to lead to us, our actions at the end. If we can run away from him, he's going to run away. But Jonathan is saying something that I was thinking as well. Could it be that Holmes has disguised himself as Vane with long brown hair, and if we don't stop Pauline, she'll accidentally shoot Holmes? It's a very interesting idea. It is an interesting idea. It's a very interesting idea. When he knew him, he had short brown hair and a mustache. At his trial, he no longer had a mustache and his hair was longer. I think that's a very interesting idea. And it would coincide with the theory that Holmes is using makeup to give himself scars and stuff. Jonathan says, we still have one unresolved letter, R, for Lestrade. It's true. Could you really disguise yourself as the leader of the gang to the gang members? Would they really not recognize you? Don't forget, he's 6 foot tall. What about this guy? Do we know this guy's height? Because Holmes is 6 foot tall. You can't really fake that. Make yourself a little taller. Let's see. Do you remember what he looks like? He has a distinctive scar on his right cheek, down his neck, badly burned. Tall, gangly man. So he is tall. Maybe 6 foot for Holmes to intimidate. He has longer hair. He had a mustache. No longer had a mustache. His hair was longer. Very interesting theory. Very interesting theory. And we already went to the cricket club. Very interesting theory. We still have another letter for Lestrade and R. Are we sure? Are we I want to read the end of the last case. I want to make sure we arrested Ricardo Perez, or if he's still out there. Daisy's kidnapped. Goggle-eyed John. Or Ricardo Perez. Why did they take you? They wanted information. Perez snatched me. Short fellow, black hair, thin mustache, faint accent, Spanish. That's how we identified him with the others, okay. Well, the police have been unable to trace Ricardo Perez, says Watson. He could have been a useful source of information. Then they played chess. Okay, I think R is going to be Ricardo Perez. I think we're going to be able to we can find Ricardo Perez. What do you think about that, Jonathan? Where is Ricardo Perez? We know he's Spanish. The Spanish embassy might know something. Have we tried looking him up? Jonathan says it sounds promising. Okay, let's look up Perez in the directory, see if we can find his family. No Perez, unfortunately, in the directory. That's unfortunate. Could be at the boxing club, but we're scared to go there. How about Spanish Embassy? Spanish Embassy 38 Southwest. There's no 38 Southwest. That kind of makes you think that we're not supposed to find Perez. Otherwise, there would be an entry in the Spanish Embassy. So we have we do have some more leads. Jonathan says, what about the church? There's another lead as well, Jonathan. Do you remember what the other lead is? Just going to make sure I got the embassy right. 38 Southwest. So the church could be one lead to find him. Do you remember what the other lead might be to find him? It's in our list of questions. Okay, where was the other church? Let's see. It was at 19 EC. Let's go there. The other lead was that when we rescued Dudley, we found mints and cigars. Okay, here's the church. At the squat Saxon Church of St. Mary, we meet the priest, John McDray, a short, portly man who tells us he only took up the post yesterday. The previous incumbent disappeared, he says, apparently on the run from the law, would you believe? The police found stolen goods hidden all around the church. Truly awful that a house of the Lord could be used for such a thing. And do you have any idea where the last priest went? Asks Wiggins. None at all, he replies. And what's his name? Bartholomew Wist, although the police thought it was probably an alias. Okay, thanks for your help. Well, I remember that name. Bartholomew Wist. 19 EC. I believe we tried looking up Bartholomew Wist as well, and we didn't find it in the directory. I don't remember. It almost seems like we encountered this case, Bartholomew Wist. I might have to look back at my clues, but I don't see an entry for Bartholomew Wist in the directory. I'm just going to make a note. Was that mentioned somewhere? Bartholomew Wist? Maybe I'm just remembering it from yesterday. Let's see if there's tobacco shops around this club area. Is there candy shops? I don't even know that there are. Maybe a drugstore would have mints. Let's look at tobacconists. Tobacconists in the EC area, there are none. Well, the kid was held here in the southeast. What about in the southeast neighborhood? There's 144 southeast, Wolf, Phillips and Company. All right, let's look up that. If there's no entry for 44 southeast, we'll conclude that it's not relevant. No entry for the tobacconist. Where would you get mints? At a candy store, but we don't have candy stores, do we? But we do have drugstores. You might also be pawning stolen stuff. 73 EC. I'm just going to look at this pawnbroker near the church to see if maybe he was pawning stuff. No one's home. It looks like it's not even related to that. Cigars and mints. Chemist. Would you go to a chemist for mints? I mean, there's an EC, 68 EC. I'm going to check out 68 EC just on the off chance that no entry in 68 EC. Well, I don't see any entries for candy stores. We went to the tobacconists. I went to the drug stores where you might buy mints. Department stores, don't see it. Hmm. Ricardo Perez is on the run. Well, we have the note that he gave to that Holmes decoded. I thought Ricardo Perez had been arrested by the time we got that note. But if not, then he might have written this note fairly recently. He's writing to Simon. I knew I had it in you. You fought well and settled it quickly. Is it possible he's talking about the football fight? You fought well. He's talking either about a boxing fight or a football fight? And then if he's talking about the football fight, that would mean Ricardo Perez could be one of the 5 people in the football fight. That's a long shot. And we should look. I hear Jonathan is saying some other red herring to look for. We're going to look at that in a minute. Can I just point out something else? This is an issue we raised, and the fact that it's mentioned here makes me suspicious. I have no idea where Mr. Holmes acquired it. That's actually quite curious. Where did Holmes get this? I'm still curious about this football fight. Can we at least keep our eye open for these names? Angus O'Shea and Thomas Whittle. Angus O'Shea and Thomas Whittle. I'm going to double check to make sure I didn't overlook them. I don't see either of them. Keep your eye open if they're mentioned in the newspaper. Jonathan says, okay, what about the September 12th paper about the drunk guy? I mean, there are stories in the paper that we might just track down. So we can look at that. So the guy that fell was Fuller. Let's look up Fuller. Okay, Fuller is not in the directory. Marcel Fuller, a builder. Scaffolding a house in Mayfair. It's not even in London. Agatha Douglas, the Milner, charged with the breach of the Children's Act. Any specific docks mentioned in the dock story? What about this? The dock worker killed. We had another guy that was killed because he was drunk, or maybe we read about that. Okay, dock working. We're told people, Ben Tillett and John Burns representing the dockers. We could try to talk to Tillett like he did before. I don't see any specific docks mentioned. Ricardo Perez. The problem is, this is like freak things we've encountered before, where the problem is that we don't know how much is hidden in that boxing place that we're afraid to go to. So, although the fact that we're missing that R suggests there's more stuff for us. We've got docks mentioned in the shipping departures. Horse and cart. I'm looking around for mentions of these two people that were in the football fight. Seems like it's probably a red herring. I just don't know. I'm starting to, who do we look up the officer who was involved in the Vane case Watson testified at? I don't think we were told his name, but, I'll look at it again. I think I'm starting to like, Jonathan, your idea that when we find Holmes in disguise, he's going to have tattoos of birds. But why would he be looking up shipping routes? Football Association. Charles Alcock. I'm just going to see if Alcock is in here in case he might know something about the fighting. Seems unlikely. No. Okay, Jonathan was saying, can we look up the officer who was involved in the Vane case that Watson testified? Okay, where did we learn about that? It was at the Old Bailey, 36 EC. He served in Her Majesty's forces from 1878 to 1880. He was discharged. He would not be able to run. Dr. Watson testified. The murder of a man named Stuart Haddons. Maybe we should look up Stuart Haddons. Vane threatened Haddons about some money. Witness. Tall man shoot Haddons. Policeman chased him. Doesn't say the name of the policeman. But maybe Haddons knows. There's no Haddons. So we can't talk to him. Was it in the Watson clue? All right, well, let's check it out. Do you remember the case? He says yes. January 1880, before I was shot, damaged his kneecap. He would never run again. He certainly couldn't have outrun the policeman. Absolutely. It just means he didn't do it on purpose. Distinctive scar, tall, gangly man. That's it. No mention of the name of the policeman. Army and Navy clothing. I'm going to look this up in case Holmes went to buy some Army and Navy clothing. Nope. Here's two boxers that are fighting. Let me just look up and make sure we can't look them up. I'm not sure why we would want to. No. Jonathan says, should we do every location on the Old Street properties? Here's the boxing club. I think that if we went too far afield to 72 and 73 without reason, we would be violating the spirit of the game, and we would have to really penalize ourselves if there was no entry there. There is no reason, there's no tunnel that should construct all the way through here. We did find a tunnel between these two. It just seems too far-fetched to go this way. What was it, 74 EC? '74 was the lawn tennis. I just feel like I do agree that that might be sort of a last resort, but I do feel like that would be shot in the dark. Like within a very close proximity, I feel like we could justify it. But as we get too far off, I think the chances of us stumbling on a place we shouldn't have is too great and unfair. But I don't know what to do. I feel like Ricardo Perez might be findable. And we never found Emily, that's right. I thought Emily was going to be in the boxing hall, and she might still be. Unless it did say July. I think you were right. I think Anna was right. I think it did say Emily. But it's still possible that we're going to find in the boxing hall. Like, I think I'm open to the idea that when we get to the boxing hall, we're going to have to identify who Holmes is, who Emily is, or something. So it's absolutely possible that we're getting clues to help us solve the end thing. But if we can't go back, it means we are missing this R, which I'm afraid is Ricardo Perez. And it even gives us a little hint there. It says at the end of the case, it's a shame we didn't catch Ricardo Perez. He could be a good source of information. We know he was at Lance Street. And we know there were mints and cigars. Mints and cigars. Where do you find mints? There was no newspaper article about mints, was there? Who else chews mints? Hmm. Ricardo Perez, who we got an alternate name for. Bartholomew Wist. Ricardo Perez with a Spanish name. Is there a Spanish church that he might have gone to? Not really. There's the Jesuit church nearby, the church where he was hiding out. That doesn't seem likely. We could reread Dudley's testimony. Yeah, let's do that. So Dudley was when we returned him to the house, which was southwest. Was it when we returned him to the house? No, it was when we rescued him. We rescued him at 8 Lance, 8 Southeast. Okay, I want to go home. Okay, let's see. Right, lads, he quietly does it. The rooms pass. We appear deserted. Very little in the house. In one room at the front, however, we see an ashtray full of cigar stubs, the remains of a meal, and an empty packet of mints. Then we rush him home. Okay, so empty packets of mints, the remains of a meal. Might wonder if there's a restaurant, they might have taken food out. But then we bring him back to his home where he talks about the fight. Let's see. Where is that? Wood Farrow. What am I forgetting? Okay. Stop. Where does Susan North live? Why am I not locating it properly? $71. John says, I'm not sure the priest was Ricardo. Solution indicated it was just an ally of Ricardo was the priest. Yes, you might be. And the ally is Bartholomew. That could very well be right. Okay, so we rescued Dudley. Let's see what he says. They were both dressed in workman's clothes, nothing very distinctive. One was tall, had a bruise. Does that mean they're local workers? The other was quite short, with black hair, a thin mustache. Black hair, thin mustache, short. Spoke with a faint Spanish accent. That sounds like Perez, says Daisy, the ruffian who snatched me. We ask him, do you remember anything? Dudley says, they didn't like each other. They had a fight. What were they fighting about? He doesn't know. That's it. I'm going to make my notes about finding Ricardo just to consolidate here. He's workman's clothes, short, black hair, thin mustache. Spanish accent. All right, we have to take a break to cool down the room a little. Then we'll talk about what we want to do, Jonathan, if we want to sit here and just look through notes or call it a day, or should we peek just to make sure us stealing the plans and getting chased away from Jarvis stopped us from finding Ricardo? I doubt that's the case. It's an interesting idea, but Dave Neal punished us. If he's punishing us for that, then it can't be essential. So let's take a little break and then we'll talk. Okay, we're back. We're just about to call it for the evening and then have a third session on our third consecutive day, which will be tonight, Sunday at 11 p.m. in whatever, 17 hours. We were talking in the chat about any last things we want to look for. Jonathan was saying, well, let's take a look at that note that mentions possibly Emily one last time, just see if anything else jumps out to us. So here is the note. It does look like it says, I can't really tell. It does look like it says Emily. Not been working there very long. I used alias Claire in North. Helpful something. And I think she knows the room, but there's our Jack Vane at the Old Bailey, which we looked up. What about, is there an office of building plans? She stole this. She found out about a cellar. We went to the next door place. And there's a vault connected to a cellar in the neighboring place. But we couldn't find anything else to do there. I assume that this Emily is going to be someone who works at the boxing place. But we can't go there until we're ready to solve it. There's no office of building records or anything, is there? Person at the neighboring place was not Emily, right? Well, let's look it up. 75 EC. Let's make sure. Let's check. Neighboring building was the cyclists. We meet a Mr. Poddington. There's still a sort of vault attached to the cellar. The upper story of the house is actually rented by the Cyclist Touring Club. It was originally a type of bank, quite different from the banks of today. Mr. Poddington tells us about it. The Cyclist Touring Club is the base of operations, although I don't believe there's anyone there today. Is it possible we could talk to someone else from the cycling world? I don't remember any newspaper about cyclists. The clubs, there's no cycling club. And if we go to sports, we got the Cyclist Touring Club, which is where we went. Cricket, riding, there's no other cycling. There's no cycling shops, is there? Just trying to think to talk to other people about that place. Cycles. Bayless Cycles, 92 EC. Any chance that someone there... Let's check out 92 EC and 90 EC. Maybe there's someone there who's associated with the cycling car. John says, I think you checked those. Yes, we did. 92 EC was the football place. That's right. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. What about Government Office of Building Records? '72 EC. Jonathan wanted to go to the other places on Old Street. 72 EC is a bank, city and suburban. That's very related to our previous case, and it's a bank, and it's on Old Street. Sorry. Why don't we, what do you think? Let's go there, Jonathan. I was objecting to going to other places on Old Street just for randomly going. But I think now 72 EC is a bank. Maybe we can hear about this building that used to be a bank and had a vault under the street. So I think now I'm okay with going to 72 EC. Maybe they've got some information about vaults in the banks there. Okay, there is an entry for it. It looks pretty short. I don't think it's important, but let's read it. 72 Old Street is a large house. Half of it is constructed from timber beams and clinch and looks very old, whereas the other half is brick and is clearly more recent construction. Miss Nisha Call, a tall Indian woman, answers the door and tells us she did indeed buy the house last year. Since she has lived there, she has noticed some odd noises in the walls, but thinks it must be rats. I mean, it's pretty thin, but it's sounding like maybe there is something going on. 72 EC. It's not a bank. We talked to someone. This is someone else in the... I think maybe we are going to have to follow up all those old street owners. Noise in wall. I think we're now going to... I think every time we visit one of those old streets... Does Old Street go to the river? Asks Jonathan. Well, there's Old Street. It doesn't quite go to the river. It turns into Corkwell. River's all the way down here. Let's go to 73 EC. Okay, 73 EC says, number 73 is a pretty house with large windows and a tortoise-shell cat lazing on the porch. We knock, but no one appears home. Okay, so 73 EC, no one home. Let's look up our other records about other owners and see if there's any place on Old Street we haven't been to. 3 Old Street. Did we go there yet? No. 72 Old Street, we've been there. 73 Old Street, we've been there. 74 Old Street, we've been there. 75 Old Street, we've been there. Okay, so 3 is the only one we haven't gone to. We're going to go to that one now. And we'll finish off having gone to all the places mentioned in Old Street. So 3 EC. Delicious smells greet us at the Kalis Bakery at number 3 Old Street. Mr. Kalis is a large, dark-haired, tanned man with a tattoo of a cross on his right forearm. He's quite busy serving customers, but we do manage to speak to him long enough to learn that he bought the place from a Mr. Treaton in January 1888 in order to expand his family bakery business. Well, if that doesn't sound unrelated to our case, I don't know what is. And then if you really wanted to push it, you could look up Treaton. But there's no entry for that, so that's that. Okay, we've been to all the Old Street places. It's a little weird. She hears rats in the walls. I mean, it's their boxing club. It's not like they're known bank robbers. Bakery could be where they picked up the mints. Do you buy mints at a bakery? You might buy mints at a chemist, but I think we looked a little bit at a chemist's. We looked at 68 EC in their neighborhood, I think. Let me just see. Yeah, there's no 68 EC, so they didn't go to that chemist. And that's the only place in the neighborhood that's of any interest. And we checked around Dudley. Military prison. Any reason to believe? We do have reason to believe they're workers. Where was the newspaper about the flogging at apprentice? Dock strikes to end. He's going to create a new general labors. What about Ben Tillett, who runs everything? Do you think he's possible with no workers? Tillett. There's no Tillett. We looked up the builder killed in the fall. Did we talk to Scotland? Did the guy at Scotland Yard have anything to say about that? Did Lestrade have anything to say about the... I remember someone told us that his brother, the death of the builder, it was an accident. Apparently his brother died recently. Disappearance of Dudley Fulton. Nah, it's all nothingness. The Hooks Gang. Sir Edgar. There was the stuff by Russia and some hint that one of our MPs, the guy who was Merlin, who was disgraced, was involved in Russian. What if we go to the Russian embassy, 55 Southwest? That's an R. 55 Southwest, there's not an entry for. John says, one last thing, let's reread Porky's. We never used why. Okay. Porky's is at 52 EC. Okay, so Porky tells us the priest who's holding Daisy disappeared. They got a new fella in there now. Apparently the coppers found stolen goods all over the place. Priest said Scarpard, though. I reckon he'll be out of England by now. Any idea who he's working for? He worked for anyone who paid him. Have you seen Sherlock? This sounds like maybe the game's trying to give us a hint that he's gone, don't try to find him. But Ricardo Perez is different. We asked him about the hooks. They met at a secret location. He recently got involved with a powerful underworld gent Mr. Holmes seems to know a lot about. And one more thing, I think the big cheese, the man in the charge, may go by the name of Jack. That's Jack Vane. Watch yourselves. Circle the letter Y. Yeah, so we don't know why we circled the letter Y. We don't know what checks for it. We also have hints. Let's make sure we remember. And the game says you can read the hints and you don't pay for them as long as you understand them. It's only when you get new information that you subtract your score from. So Ricardo Perez escaped. The problem is that he's likely to be at the boxing club. All right, I agree, Jonathan. I think we got to call it a night. I can feel myself a bit worn down. 6 hours and 34 minutes. All right, well, I'll see you at 11 p.m. in enough time to get some sleep, and we'll re-attack this. I think Jonathan says the key question. How much to do next session before looking at hints or going to boxing? I think that is the key question. Thankfully, we don't have to answer it now. We'll answer it tomorrow when we start, but I do think that is the question. All right, Jonathan, great session. I will see you tomorrow, 11 p.m.